What's up YouTube? This is Dennis Panuta for tutorials.eu. In this video you are going to learn WPF. So the Windows Presentation Foundation framework that allows you to build beautiful UIs with C# and XAML. Okay, so you're going to learn how to build a UI from scratch, how the different controls work, such as buttons, images, and so forth, how the panels work, such as Stackpanels, grids, and so forth, how you can basically design your application and structure very easily using XAML, but also how to use code behind to achieve that as well. So you're going to basically learn how to use your C# skills in order to build a beautiful UI that you can then actually interact with. It's a lot more interesting than just having a console application. So if you want to finally build a cool application that you can actually interact with and see buttons and all of that, then this is definitely the right video for you. Or if you want to just improve your WPF skills and want to maybe get a career in this field, then this is also the right video. So this is a course that you get for free, pretty long course. You're going to learn a lot of stuff. And this is just the first third of the complete course that we have built. So there is an entire course that awaits you. And if you want to get that course, then check out the link in the description below. There you will get it with a huge discount. And if you don't know C# yet and you want to still learn WPF, then I would recommend to check out my C# masterclass or my C# videos first. Okay. All right. So let's get started. All right, welcome. So what we're going to build in this video is going to be our first little WPF project. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a new project. And here I'm going to search for WPF. And you can see that there are two options that are WPF apps. And I'm going to use the .NET framework. Okay, so let's select that. And now give it a name. So I'm going to call this one WPF Hello World. And you can then select where you want to store this project as well as the solution name. I'm going to leave the default here, and then you can select the framework. So the version of the .NET framework that you want to use for this. In my case, the latest version is 4.7.2, which is not going to make much of a difference even in newer versions, at least not for the examples that we have in this video, as well as for the next few videos either. Okay, so once you're done with that, click on Create to create a new WPF project. And what you will be met with is this designer here in the main window.xaml file. Okay, so you're directly in the designer where you can now go ahead and create your own designs. You could use the toolbox here, okay, where you can just drag elements into your design or into your main window in this case. You can add labels, images, and all those kind of things. But doing that is not a good practice because now you have this UI where you have a certain margin, and yeah, this basically is creating the code for you here in the bottom. So you have the button as well as the label. And this might work if you want to quickly build something. But if you want to build a sophisticated UI, it's really better to just do it using XAML directly. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of those two lines that were created for me. And I'm going to look at what I have. So I have this window with a bunch of namespaces. And I have an extra presentation where I talk about what this X class, what these namespaces and so forth mean in more depth. Okay, what's important is that this X class here says, okay, so inside of your project WPF Hello World, which is the name of my project, the .main window file will be the class that I'm going to use. So we have this main window file, and then I have this main window code behind. That's going to be the C# class that will be used for this project. Okay, so here you can see that your project has a title, which says main window here at the top. So you could change that to Hello World window, for example. This will then change the title of your window. If you run your application, you will see that basically it creates this window for you where it says Hello World window at the top. Now you can change the height and width of this window. For example, if you want it to be 300 times 300 pixels, it will be this squared shaped window. If you run it again, you will see that by default, it will just take this size of 300 times 300 pixels. What you can also see is that you have this minimize into tray button, maximize, as well as close button. Okay, so they are the default controls that you have directly inside of your window. And then we can see we have this grid here in the middle. So I'm not going to go over what a grid is in this video. We have an entire video talking just about how to use grids. But what I'm going to use here is just going to be a label. And I'm going to say hello world in this label. Okay, so just follow along like so. Inside of the label tag, so this is an opening tag and this is a closing tag, as this here is the opening tag for the grid and this is the closing tag for the grid. You can now see that we have this text saying hello world. Now let's run our application real quick, and then we can see we have our first little application where our text is displayed. Okay, so now of course you can change that. You can go ahead and add a button in here like so, even though that won't work correctly because we're using a grid. And as I said, we're going to cover grids in more detail, but I'm just going to change that to a stack panel real quick. We're going to look over what stack panels are in depth as well. But basically the idea behind stack panels is that you stack elements on top of each other or next to each other, depending on the settings of that stack panel. Because we are not changing any settings, it will take the default where items are stacked on top of each other. So I'm going to add a button here, which will say click me. And now you can see that we have this hello world text, and underneath we have this button saying click me. Now if I run the application once again, then you can see that I have this hello world text and then the click me button, which even is interactable with, but of course it won't do anything because we didn't implement that. And we're going to do that in the next couple of videos. We're going to see how to use events to basically do something once we click on buttons, how to interact with the application once we hover over an element to change our UI, how to create a beautiful UI, and how to structure your graphical user interface in general using all different kinds of UI elements such as labels, buttons, calendars, date pickers, sliders, checkboxes, radio buttons, and so forth. So there's a lot that we're going to cover in this course. So for now, you see you have your first little hello world application, and I could move on and explain to you everything that happens here in these files and so forth, but we're going to do that in the next couple of videos. Okay, so we're going to look into every single part of our application step by step to understand what these files do, to understand what code behind is, which is the C# file, and how we can interact with it, how we can use it to create our UI directly while running our application. So that means during runtime and not just in the designer before we run the application. So there's a lot awaiting you, and I'm super excited to teach you all of that. But for now, one little exercise: change the text from hello world to hello and then your name. And if you want to, you can also change the text that will be displayed in the button while you're at it. Okay, so I hope you paused real quick and changed it. So the label will now say hello Dennis, and this one will say welcome to the course. Okay, and now let's run this. And there we are. Hello Dennis, welcome to the course. All right, so I hope you will enjoy this course. I'm very excited to teach you everything about WPF that you need to know to build your own applications and to get a career in WPF if you want to. And now let's get started. Quick pause. This video is sponsored by one of my courses. So you're learning something about WPF in this video, and I have a complete C# masterclass which teaches you a lot more about C# if you feel like you need to learn more about C# to understand everything that's going on. And then if you want to learn everything you need to know about WPF, definitely check out my WPF course. It's a 15-hour course which will teach you everything you need to know about WPF, building an entire Windows Store clone using my apps in order to achieve this Metro design, which is the design language, so to speak, for the latest Windows 10 applications. You can find a link in the description down below, and there you get a huge discount, so don't miss out. Get one of the courses or both of them now. And now let's get back to the video. as we are going to use XAML throughout the course, it's really important to understand what XAML stands for. And XAML is an important part of WPF, and we're going to see what XAML is, and well, throughout the course we're going to see how to use it efficiently. Okay, so XAML stands for Extensible Application Markup Language. So this A is basically the addition to XML, if you have ever worked with that. And it's Microsoft's version of XML for coding a graphical user interface, so a GUI, basically the UI buttons that you can see. XAML is an essential part of WPF, so of the Windows Presentation Foundation framework. And each GUI element, like a window or a page, will consist of a XAML file and a code behind file. So the code behind file is a C# file. That means that we can work with this code behind file, the C# file, modifying things that we see in the XAML, and basically also building UIs using C# entirely. We will see how to do both. Together they create the window or page or user control that we're going to build. So the XAML file characterizes the graphical user interface with all of its elements. And the C# file, on the other hand, the code behind file, handles all the events and has access to shape and can manipulate the graphical user elements. And each line of XAML code can be written in the C# code as well, even though then it would not be easily visible when editing. You will only see it once you actually run the application, which is of course a disadvantage at itself. So writing XAML is pretty straightforward. And each element needs an opening tag and a closing tag. So for example, we have this opening tag label, and then we have the closing tag label. So they are the same, except for there's one slash just after the less than sign. Okay, so you have less than sign, keyword, greater than sign for the opening tag, and less than sign slash keyword greater than sign. And opening and closing can also be done in one line if you use it like so, where you have the less than sign, keyword, slash, greater than sign. In this case, it was the label. Between those two tags, you can add the content that you want to put in there. And this content can vary depending on the tag that you're using. So for a label, it can just be a string, so it can just be data, but it can also be other types of content. So you can modify the label with the content that it has. So you have the opening tag and the closing tag. And then you have the content which says hello in this particular line. This can also be written like so, where you define the content property. So this is a property that you are assigning to label. So label has multiple different properties. One of them is in fact content. And here we assign hello to the content. And as we don't need to do anything inside of the label tags, we can also directly close this label tag by using the slash here at the end. So here the opening and closing tags are in one line, as I just stated. So we can also have something called a stack panel, which is a panel, and there are multiple different panels. Basically, they are containers that can contain multiple items. Okay, so here, let's say we have a stack panel, and then we have two buttons here, and the stack panel tag needs to be closed as well. So here the content of the stack panel cannot just be described in a content tag. It has to be designed as you can see here. So this would create two buttons that are on top of each other inside of a stack panel. And as stated, the stock panel does not have a content property, so you need to design it this way. So let's look at a button. Okay, so if we want to modify a button, we can change its properties. So here, for example, we are changing the font weight property from the default, which is normal, to our own definition that we want to use, and that is bold. So we are going to make the text of the button bold, and then we set the font size of the button to 20. So here the font weight and font size are properties of that button, and the button can have, well, it has a bunch of other properties that are there by default, but you can override the default values and you can change how the button looks and behaves this way. So each element has different kinds of properties. Most are inherited from content control, like the two above. Others are specific to the control in question. And content control is just a different type of control. So button is a control that inherits from content control, and that's why it has all of its properties. But then it can also have individual properties that only the button has, for example. A complete list of each control and what properties it comes with can be found in the Microsoft Software Developer Network, because this list can be very, very long. So it can have like 50 different properties, for example, and a bunch of events and dependency properties and so forth. So I would recommend to check out the documentation if you want to really go deep into all of the different properties, but most of the time it will be the same 4 to 5 properties that you're going to modify for any given UI element. Okay, so if you want to have more resources on that, I would recommend to check out the XAML overview and XAML syntax in detail. So the XAML overview can be found in the documentation. If you want to really dig deep into it, it's basically going a little deeper into what I just said. And then alternatively, the XAML syntax in detail. There you can understand a little more of how the syntax is built in XAML, how enumeration works and so forth. But no worries, we're going to go through these things, not through the file, but we're going to use most of the features that you see in this article throughout the course. So we're going to go over basically most of the elements that you see here, and the ones that we haven't covered is something that you could then, for example, check out on this page, even though most of the things that you will ever need will be covered in this course anyways. So only if you have super specific requirements, then you would have to really dig deep into these kind of pages. But the course will prepare you sufficiently so you would feel super confident to fully understand what's going on in these files once you're done with the course. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we're going to check out windows, partial classes, and some XAML syntax so that you understand a little better what's going on when you create a new XAML file. And by Windows, I don't mean the operating system, but I actually mean a window of your application. Okay, so let's look at the window. So the window class is inside of system, windows.window, and it's inside of the Microsoft Software Developer Network. Every new WPF project has a window called main window. So whenever you create a new project, you have that file automatically in there. And it's created by default and serves as the root window of your application. So basically this is where everything starts. So where your application starts from, so to speak. So the window provides a title bar, the maximize button, the minimize button, as well as the close button. And you can see an example here. So this is the main window with all of those buttons. So you have the title. Actually, there's also the icon here at the top. Then you have the title, and then you have the 3 buttons, as you always have in Windows. Then let's look at some important window properties. The window class has many attributes that define the look and behavior of your application. And here are a few important ones. So the first one is the window state, which controls the initial window state. Available settings would be normal and maximized or minimized. So normal is the default setting, which is what you should use unless you want your window to start either maximized or minimized by default. So whenever the user starts the application, it will be, well, whatever you set it up to be. Then the window startup location, which controls the initial location of your window. The default is manual, which means that the window will be initially positioned according to the top and left properties of your window. And other options are the center owner, which will place the window in the center of its owner window, and center screen, which will place the window in the center of the screen. Okay, so these are the different options that you have here. And then the topmost, if set to true, your window will stay on the top of other windows unless minimized. And the default value is false. So this is something that you have to be very careful with. You can use it, but you shouldn't overuse it because this can be super annoying. Because if your window is constantly on top, users might be very unhappy about it. So really only use that if it actually makes sense for your application. And then size to content decides if the window should resize itself to automatically fit its content, and the default is set to manual, so the window doesn't automatically resize in that case. Other options are width and height, and each of them will automatically modify the window size horizontally, vertically, or both. Okay, so that is something you need to take into consideration when setting up your application. And most of the times really makes sense to have an automatically resized application that will basically size based on the size of the content that is to be displayed in the screen. All right, so The show in taskbar, if set to false, your window won't be represented in the Windows taskbar, useful for non-primary windows or for applications that should minimize to the tray. And the default value here is also true. All right, then we have the icon, allows you to define the icon of the window, shown in the upper left corner next to the window title, as I've discussed earlier. And that's essentially it, but there's still a lot more to know. So if you want to read more about it, please check out the Microsoft Software Development Network, the MSDN pages. Otherwise, this would become a 30-minute presentation of me just talking about the different properties of a window, and I think it would be super boring. So let's skip through it. So let's look at the window XAML file. So here you can see the different code that is created for you by default. Okay, so there's a bunch of code that is generated for you, and you haven't even typed a single line at that point. So let's look at what all of these XMLNS stands for and so forth. So first of all, X class. This specifies which CS file to use in this case. So in our case, mainwindow.xaml.cs. This file is also created by default when a new project is created. So this is the code behind. It's a child node of the mainwindow.xaml file. So the code behind is a child node. And why is that? Well, because we're working with partial classes. So what is a partial class? Well, it's a class that is only a part of the entire class, so to speak. So you can see here the partial class that we use here for our main window. Basically, the C# code is just a partial class and just a part of the entire file, and combined with XAML, it will be the complete file, so to speak. And typically it's referred to as code behind. So I used this name before, but basically that's what it's all about. And then we have this initialized component at runtime. It's combined with the XAML file to make a full window. So this is the method that will then combine it. Basically, it will run your XAML code and will display it. This combination is performed by the call that we see here, this initialized component method. Then we have this XMLNS, which stands for XML namespace. And therefore we need to understand XAML a little better, and before we get into this XMLNS. So XAML namespace is an extension of the XML namespace. Okay, so XAML stands for Extensible Markup Language, which is a markup language that defines a set of rules for encoding documents in a format that is both human readable and machine readable. That's really the idea behind it. Okay, and the techniques of specifying XAML namespace rely on the XML namespace syntax. You can read more about it in MSDN if you really want to dig deep into this, because otherwise, again, this would really make this presentation quite boring, I think. So therefore, this XML namespace defines the namespace in which to resolve XML element names. And it is defining the default namespace by which an XML element name should be resolved. Then let's look at the individual namespaces that we have here. So we have this XAML namespace, which stands with this X keyword. So it is a non-default namespace. It defines a qualified namespace for XAML specific elements. And if you want an element name to be resolved within the namespace, qualify it with X. Okay, so for example, label empty space X : name. And this will then resolve the element within the namespace. And then looking at this again, you see there are two name resolutions in this definition. One being the label, because it's an unqualified name, it will be resolved in the default namespace, which is WPF. And then you have X : name, where name is qualified with X and will be resolved within the XAML document. Then let's look at this D. D is basically the designer. Okay, so XMLNS : D is allowing us to see the designer, and this, well, basically it provides Visual Studio with the right tools to display our XML code in a design format without having to build and run the application. So basically you can write all of this XAML code, and this designer will try to interpret it for you and display what you have built there, so to speak. And the designer uses the prefix D to perpetuate the design state. So what is perpetuating a design state? Well, suppose D design height, and D, design width, are set. So one 450 pixels, the other one 800 pixels. This code can often be seen when creating new controls, but this is just basically telling WPF designer which height and width to use when displaying the control in the designer. This will not have any impact on to your actual application when you run it. So on the actual height and width of the window or the control when you run the application, because this is only for the designer. This is not going to impact it during runtime. So this is really just the height and width for the designer here. These parameters are optional and have no effect, as I said, in the runtime. And then you have this MC. MC does not stand for Molten Core for the WoW players out there. MC stands for markup compatibility. And what is markup compatibility? Well, suppose you have a Microsoft Word 2013 document that employs a feature introduced in only Microsoft Office 2013. Now, ideally, you want the document to remain interoperable with Word 2010, even though Word 2010 will not understand the new feature. Okay, so this is often the case. So you have the latest version of Microsoft Office, you save the file, and you want to make sure that it will be visible on older versions of Word as well, even if you use new features. So this is the markup compatibility that allows a Word 2010 software to open a file created by Word 2013. And in WPF, MC, so this XML namespace, leverages a markup compatibility pattern that is not necessarily XAML specific. For example, there is some code to be interpreted strictly by the designer. So is that confusing? Well, I guess it is, but nevertheless, you don't really need to know all about these things in order to build WPF applications. I think it just makes sense to have a general idea of what these things do. If you want to dig deep into this, I would recommend to check out the documentation for this. Okay, so let's look at MC ignorable. MC ignorable D here, for example, will just say, okay, the MC should ignore D, which means it should ignore design stuff such as the design height and design width. So it provides XAML definitions that are ignored by the XAML processor, allows to specify properties used by the designer that are ignored at runtime, and this is made possible by MC, by markup compatibility. Now the interesting part will be this local thing, and that's really something that we're going to use as well, as opposed to XML namespace, MC, D, and ignorable, which are considered boilerplate code, often ignored and seldom changed. The XMLNS local is important in the sense that it defines how other controls defined in this project can be used in this XAML file. So for example, if we want to access items that we have in our project, we could just go ahead and use local colon and then the project name and then the folder in which we have our project file that we want to use. So for example, a user control that we created ourselves, and this tells the compiler where to find the my custom control. And this is also going to be, in fact, something that we are going to use. Okay, so that was mind-blowing, I believe. There was quite a bit of stuff that we went over. And this is really the kind of things that I believe makes sense to have heard once and have a certain idea, but it's not something which you need to memorize for all of your life. It will be fine for you to just use it, and we're going to just use these kind of features. I just thought it would make sense for a beginner to still have a certain idea of what all of this stuff does, because otherwise you have all of this code and you have no idea what it all is for, and it might be confusing. So that's why we made this video. So thanks a lot for your attention, and I'm sorry for the long in-depth guide here, but I think it's just good to have it available for you if you are interested. All right, so see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to check out the WPF boilerplate code. And therefore, we first of all need to understand what is boilerplate code. Well, boilerplate code are lines of code that are duplicated in multiple files or sections with little to no variation. If left out, the program will no longer compile. And what are some examples in WPF and what do they do? Well, let's look at it. So here we have the app.config file, and creating a new project places an app.config file in the root of the project, and it contains this code that you can see here. So first of all, it defines what kind of XML version is used. Then it defines the encoding that is used. In this case, the encoding will be UTF-8, which is basically the keys that you have on your keyboard and a couple more. letters that can be used, for example, and characters in general. Then you have the configuration tag with the startup tag and then the supported runtime version. Okay, so let's look at those in detail. So this is where the .NET runtimes are defined, which the application supports. So you can change this if you want to run a higher or a lower version of .NET. And the XML version and encoding is also defined here, as you saw. So the app config file is also just an XML file, and the goal is to contain the variable configurations of your application. So this is something where you can change the version of .NET, as I said. It's the main place to store, for example, the connection string to a database. So if you ever want to use a database in your app, the app config file would be the place where you define the connection string, and the connection details to external services if you ever use those. Then you have the application settings that you can set up there, and it also contains other details on how the application should be run and or hosted. So let's look at how to set up such a connection string. First, right click on the reference and add references. Then select the system.configuration from assemblies, and once added, we can start adding custom configurations. So this is how such a database connection string would look like. So you can see here, this is where it is, this connection string, which is defined, and you add a default connection string to it. For example, that's just the name that I'm going to use. You could give it a different name. Then you define the connection string details, which are the properties that you see here that are set, and then the provider name. In this case, the provider will be SQL. Okay, and then in order to use that connection string here, you can access it in, for example, your main window. So you use your configuration manager.connection string, and then you use that name that you have defined earlier in squared brackets, in quotation marks, and then dot connection string. So here it will access this name here and then this connection string. Okay, so basically the connection string also needs to know the user name as well as the password in order to access the database. All right, so that's it for the app.config file. Let's now look at the app.xaml and C# file. So this is the unedited app.xaml file with the application tag, a couple of namespaces as you see here, and then startup URI, basically saying which file should be the startup file of our application once we run it. And you see the default is main window.xaml. So if you're using different windows and you want to open a different window as your startup URI, you would have to define it here. So as you see that here, this tells the compiler to load the main window as your startup window. You can change it to any window you like if you want to. So then the app.xaml defines global resources that may be used and accessed from all over an application. So for example, the global style, the pens, the brushes, and so forth. So if you want to define how the style should be for the whole application, you can do that here. We will make use of them later on in this course. And then you can see how all of that is done and will make a lot more sense. Okay, so this was just to give you a little bit of an overview what this file does and what the two files do basically. And most of the time you don't even touch them, only until the point where you, for example, want to use a database, and we're going to see how to use them when we need them. Okay, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, I would like to show you how you can use names for your UI elements in order to access them in your C# code, meaning in the code behind file. Okay, therefore I'm going to create a button here and I'm going to give it a name. Okay, so let's create that button and it will have a name property of my button. Okay, now this button will also have a text, so you can either enter the text directly into the button tag, or you can also give it a content property of saying hello world. Okay, so I could have used text as well, a text block or something like that, but I'm just going to use the hello world text for the content. Okay, now this will be a huge button in our application. If we check it, it's really a boring button. But I would like to change a couple of properties of that button and only in runtime. Okay, not directly when designing it, but only once the application runs, I would like to play around with the values here. Okay, so therefore, let's go over to our code behind, which means you need to open your main window XAML here in order to get the main window XAML CS file to appear and display. And now you can click on it or double click and you should get to this window. And here you see that we have this partial class, which is of type window, and it's our main window, which is basically going to be a part of our entire class. So this XAML file is, so to speak, part of the class, and this code behind is the other part of the class. And then we have a constructor which calls initialize component, which basically initializes all of the components that are inside of the window. Okay, basically this grid with the button. Now what you can do is you can access the button and you can change its properties up. And the cool thing is we can do that very easily. So I can just go ahead and call my button here, or access my field, my button. You can see it's directly there. It's of type button inside of main window. And there is this my button item. And this my button, of course, is the button that we created here. So this button here, because we gave it a name, and now we can actually access this button using that name in our C# code. Now I can go ahead and access all of the properties as well as events and the dependency properties as well. So I can access all of that directly from here. So let's say I would like to change the font size. So once the application runs, I want to change the font size of that button to be something like 50. By the way, if you want to know what you need to enter for a particular property, you can hover over it and Visual Studio will tell you what this is in terms of type. So you can see the font size is a control that is of type double. Okay, so we can get or set the font size using the font size property. You can also press Control and hold it and then click on font size, and this will then open up the definition. You can see here that's where the font size is defined. It's just a double property inside of the control class. Okay, you can see over here, that's the control class. So now once we run the application, our font size should be significantly larger, and you can see now the hello world text is a lot larger. Okay, now I would like you to play around with this and change another property. Okay, so I would like you to change the content of the button once we get into runtime. So once we run the application, it shouldn't say hello world, but it should say hello and then your name. Okay, so I hope you tried it, and I hope you didn't do it directly here because that would have been too easy. I hope you actually did it in code behind. Okay, so here I'm going to access my button and then get the property that is called content. And now this should say something like hello Dennis in my case, because that's my name. Okay, so you can hover over content and it will tell you that it's of type object. Well, that's unfortunately not really helping us. So the cool thing is object is a very flexible type. And in this particular case, we can use strings, and we've seen that because here we assigned a string to the content, but you can assign other things to a button as well. It doesn't have to be of type string. So it can handle multiple different types of objects. Okay, now let's run it again, and it shouldn't say hello world, but it will say hello Dennis. And there we are. So we have our hello Dennis here. I hope you tried it and you were successful with it. And that is basically it. That is how you can access properties directly in your code and how you can change them. So that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome to the controls chapter. In this chapter, we're going to check out a bunch of different controls, and controls allow you to basically display something in your application, such as buttons, labels, images, text boxes, text blocks, and so forth. And we're going to see how to use all of those and what kind of properties that they have, and play around with those properties so that we get a bit of a feeling for what we can actually do with these and how we can adjust these controls. And this is going to be quite important because it's the fundament of any application. So in any application, you're going to need these controls, maybe not all of them at all applications, but most of them in most of your applications. So it really makes sense to really understand what's going on here. It's a quite easy start into the whole WPF topic because there will be a lot more complex topics later on. So be prepared for that. And first of all, let's start with the easy stuff in this chapter. So see you in the next video. In this video, I would like to show you the text block control and a couple of inline features that you can play around with in order to format it. And we're going to see how to use a text block in XAML, but also adjust it in code behind, so using C#. Therefore, I'm going to create a new project and I'm going to use the WPF.NET Framework app, and this one will be called Text Block Demo. Once we start this up, you can see that we are inside of a window. So our main window XAML is a window which contains a grid, and we have an extra video on grid. So if you want to know more about that, check that out. But let's have a look at a text block specifically. So there are different types of controls, and we're going to see later on in the course also how to create our own controls. But for now, let's look at how we can actually create such a text block and define some data in it. So for example, here I create a text block and this will say hello world, for example. Okay, so if we look at our application, we can see here at the top left, there is this hello world statement. And let's make our window a little smaller so that this actually will take any effect. So it will have a height of, well, 50 is probably not enough. Let's make it 150 times 200 maybe. This will be enough for our block here. Okay, so we can see it a little better now. It just says hello world there. So that's what we can do with our text block. We can just display text, but we can do a lot more here. We can actually play around with formatting. So we can use inline formatting in order to change our text up a little bit. For example, I could make this world statement bold. In order to do that, I just need to use the bold keyword. And everything that will be inside of the bold tags here will now be bold. So you can see now it says hello and world, as well as the exclamation mark are bold. Now, if you want to make a text italic, you can just use something like and hello you. And this you, if I want to make it italic, I'm just going to use the italic keyword. And this will be like this. Okay, and you will now be italic. Let's say you would like to have a line break. Well, in order to create a line break, we can just use the line break statement. So let me actually put this into a little better of an overview here. So here I will use something. You can see there are a couple of stars, which are the favorited ones or the most common ones. For example, a line break. Okay, so here I can very quickly just make a line break like this and then have another piece of text just afterwards. So for example, if I would like to go to google.com as a link, what I can do is I can make this an actual link by using the hyperlink keyword. So here, hyperlink, and of course it should say google.com still. All right, this by itself will of course not work. It looks like a link, but it actually doesn't do anything. If you want to be able to click on it and actually create an effect with it, what we need to do is to give it a direction where it needs to go to. So we need to specifically state what the navigate URI should be. So here you can add a property called navigate URI, and you can already see there are a bunch of favorited ones such as command, click, name, and I'm going to use the navigate URI, and here I can then define where I want to go. So for example, https:// www. And maybe 3 will be enough, google.com. Okay, this will now send me to Google, even though this will just be the link if I run the application and click on it. So here, let me click on it and nothing will happen because it doesn't know what it's supposed to do. It knows what the link is like, and you can even see it behaves like a link, but it doesn't do anything on top of that. Okay, so if you want to actually send the user, then you need to request and navigate. Okay, so here, request navigate, which will be an event. This will only work if you add an event handler. So here you can add a new event handler and it will create this event handler for you. However, this event handler will now be inside of our code behind. So here, this is where you would then have to implement the code to actually start a URL. So we're just going to use the following code in order to actually run this. And it will be system diagnostics process start E, which is the event args that we get. So the request navigation event args, URI, absolute URI. Okay, so this is the code that you need to execute if you want to open something in the browser. So open the link in the browser. Now we can run it again. And now if you click on google.com, in my case, it opens up the website. So it uses the default browser that you have assigned. In my case, it's Chrome, which is why it opened Chrome. So we're using a system process which starts a URL, which in this case actually starts an application and gives this application the details where it should go to, in this case, the browser, to which website it should go to. All right, so that's a little bit something about text blocks. Now let's actually play around with text blocks a little more and add a couple of properties to text blocks. So I'm going to use lorem ipsum code here, which is just a text. You can let loremipsum.com or IO generate lorem ipsum text for you. So here, well, I'm going to agree to select it, and here it can generate however many paragraphs you want to have. Okay, so I'm going to copy this code here, or this text, so to speak, and put it in here. Now, this will be quite a long text. And if we look at our application, let me actually stop the running process. You can now see that because we are inside of a grid and we have two text blocks, it creates this weird behavior that we have here. Okay, so instead of a grid, I'm going to use a stack panel. And if you want to know more about stack panels, definitely check out my video on stack panels. Okay, so here this text block, it, you see, has a lot of text, but it stops at one point. So here this text block has a lot of text, but you can see it's cut off, so it doesn't show everything. And therefore you can use properties here that will prevent that. So you can use control and space in an empty part of the opening control tag, in this case of the text block tag, and you can see properties as well as events and so forth that are made available to you. And the one that I'm most interested in this case, is going to be the text trimming. Okay, so I can trim this, and you can see there are different settings. So for example, character ellipsis, we'll just say ... which means there's a lot more text to come, or generally more text to come. The alternative is word ellipsis, which will make a break at the point where the last word that fits into the current window ends, and then it says ... And you can also use none, which is the default value, which will basically do nothing. Okay, so that's text trimming. And then there is another one called text wrapping, and this one will be probably most relevant because here you can wrap, which will now wrap the text. You can see it doesn't cut it off, it wraps it so that it goes to the next line. Or alternatively, you can also use wrap with overflow. And what wrap with overflow will do is the line break occurs if the line overflows beyond the available block width. However, a line may overflow beyond the block width if the line breaking algorithm cannot determine a line break opportunity, as in the case of a very long word constrained in a fixed width container with no scrolling allowed. Okay, what does that mean? Well, we can play around with this. We can actually test it if we have a word which is super long. Okay, so here you can see this is wrap with overflow. So this word here is now way too long and it doesn't fit into one line. So what it does is it just cuts off this word. Now, if we use wrap instead, you can see it just makes a break at this word and keeps on going with the word. So it goes all the way up to this U here. So this is the first line. and this here is the second line, or it starts in the second line. So that's what this text wrapping property does for you. Now you can of course also play around with text colors and so forth. So for example, if I want to change the color of a text, I can use a foreground here and use any color that I want. In this case, I'm going to use aqua, for example. So you can see now the text will be in this aqua color. If I want to, however, change the color of a specific part of a text block, I can use something called span. Okay, so if you're familiar with HTML, all of this stuff will sound awfully familiar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the span keyword here to make a span tag in which I can now add text that I want to design differently. So let's say I want to design this set do differently. What I can do here is I can change its foreground color to something else. So let me change it to, let's say, black. So this set do, for example, now will be black. Everything else inside of this text block will take the color and the settings of the text block parent. So the span allows you to override specific parts of your text block that are inside of the span tag. All right, so that's it for this video, at least for how to use text blocks directly inside of XAML. And in the next video, we're going to check out how to make changes to our text block using code behind. That means inside of the actual code here that we're going to use. And by the way, if you were wondering what this event is, and if you don't understand how events work, no problem. We have extra videos diving deeper into how events work and also what event arcs are and, well, bubbling events and rooted events and all of the good stuff. Okay, so there's still a lot to come, but for now, accept it just as something where you can trigger specific actions using events and they will execute a piece of code, which is inside of the curly brackets of that event definition. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Quick pause. This video is sponsored by one of my courses. So you're learning something about WPF in this video, and I have a complete C# masterclass which teaches you a lot more about C# if you feel like you need to learn more about C# to understand everything that's going on. And then if you want to learn everything you need to know about WPF, definitely check out my WPF course. It's a 15-hour course which will teach you everything you need to know about WPF, building an entire Windows store clone using my apps in order to achieve this Metro design, which is the design language, so to speak, for the latest Windows 10 applications. You can find a link in the description down below, and there you get a huge discount, so don't miss out. Get one of the courses or both of them now. And now let's get back to the video. Welcome back. In the last video, we looked at the text block and we looked at it in XAML, meaning inside of the designer, so to speak here. Can, however, also access its properties and make changes to a text block inside of our code behind, which means inside of our C# code. Okay, so inside of the main window XAML file, you'll find another file, which is the main window XAML.cs file. So this is a partial class, and it's our main window, which is of type window. And you will find that in this class, we have a constructor, which just initializes the components, which basically means that it inflates this UI that we set up here. Okay, so it basically displays the UI that we have set up in XAML. Now we have another method here, which we have set up in the last video, where we used an event. Okay, so this is something that I'm going to disregard in this video. I'm going to focus on the constructor here, on the main window constructor, in which I can now go ahead and basically add elements to my text block or edit my text block in runtime or during runtime, so while my application is running. So what I can do is I can now, for example, use this text block here and give it a name so that I can access it. So let's give it a name, and I'm going to call this one my text block. Now after I have given it a name using x:name and then equals with the name that I assigned to it here, I can now access it directly inside of the code behind of that particular XAML file. So here I can access my text block and I can change its properties. So here, for example, you can just use a dot And then let Visual Studio give you some hints on what you could change. So I could, for example, change the foreground color. I could change the text itself. So I could change the text to something like hello from the CS side. Okay, so this will be now the new text that will be displayed for my text block. So only the top text block will be influenced here. And let me drag it over. So it says hello from the CS side. CS standing for C#. Now for reduced complexity, I'm going to get rid of this additional text block that I had here. Okay, so this will make our UI a little lighter and we can actually focus on whatever we have in the text block. Okay, so I overrode whatever I have written here. So you can see you can overwrite whatever settings you have defined inside of your XAML file using your code behind, so your C# code. I can now, of course, change up all of the properties that my text block has that I have defined in here. So for example, well, I didn't use a foreground here, but I can use a foreground. So I could, for example, change the color to something that I like more. So let me stop running the application. Otherwise we get this warning here constantly. And here I would use the brushes and they allow me to use different colors. Okay, so brushes are basically the colors that you would use for text blocks. So here I could use a blue color, for example. All right, now if we run this, we will see that my text now is blue. Okay, so that is the color settings that you can set up for your text block. Now, what you can also do is instead of using the text block that you have set up here, you can create an entire text block even without using any text block that you have in your XAML code. Okay, so let's build up a text entirely in code behind, so in C#. And therefore, I'm also going to get rid of this event because otherwise my application might crash. Okay, so what you can do is you can directly create a new text block here. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to create a new text block, which will be of type new text block. Now, of course, I need to give it a name. I'm going to call this myTB. Okay, and now I can access myTB and change its properties. An interesting one would be to add text to it. So I can either set the text directly like this, something like hello world, and run this, and it will not do anything. So in order to make sure that this will be in fact visible, I need to make this the content of the current main window. So I can just make this myTB the content of this. And by this, the main window, you can click on it, you can see the main window will be highlighted, which now means that the main window will be getting the content of myTB. So it will not even have a Stackpanel as its content. It will directly have my text block as its parent view or its main view, so to speak, or in this case, main control. Okay, so you can see here it says hello world. Okay, we just wrote this directly inside of code behind. So directly using C#. And alternatively, you can use the inlines property. Okay, so you can add to the inlines property. Here you don't set the inlines property, but you actually add to it. So here you can add something like this. Okay, this is added using inlines, for example. If you run this again, then we can see this is added using inlines, and I can change the size of the window as you see here, and it will cut off. So how can we fix that? Well, maybe you recall which properties we have used last time to make sure that it's going to overflow. Well, we used the text wrapping property. So let's use myTB and here text wrapping, and let's set it up as the text wrapping that we wanted. Okay, so text wrapping dot, and here wrap with overflow or just wrap. Okay, so you can see text wrapping is an enum that has a couple of different settings, which we can directly assign to this text wrapping property. If you look at it, text wrapping expects a object of type text wrapping. So if you hover over it, you will see that it expects this text wrapping, which is inside of Textblock. Okay, and it's an enum in Textblock, and this goes for any different type of setting that you get here. So any type of property that you would use here. Okay, so for example, if I wanted to set the foreground, you can also hover over it and it will tell you that you need to assign a brush here. So if you want to change the color of it, you would create or use a brush here. And even there, if you don't know the different brushes that there are, just use brush and then see what kind of settings it gives you. Now, if I hover over it again, I see it says brush, but if I enter brush, it also offers me brushes. So maybe brushes is the right one. So we can just play around with those because brushes contains a brush or individual brushes. Okay, so you can then just use those as an example. Okay, so I'm going to use Birdie Wood just to test it. So what that will do is it will now wrap our text as well as it will change the foreground of my text, which means it will change the color of my text. So let's run it again. So there we are, hello world. And then this is added using inlines. So whatever we added it using inlines, and it changed the wrapping to wrap. So the text is actually wrapped, you can see using, and then inlines is in the next line. Even if I make this window smaller, you can see it will wrap it accordingly. And the color is Birdie Wood, which is this brownish color that we're using. And you can also use underlines as well as italic or bold text directly using code behind as well. And let's have a look at how to do that real quick. So here we would use inlines again, and we would add, and here that's the more tricky one. So if you want to add a text block that you can then design, you would use a new run. Okay, so this is an inline level flow content element intended to contain a run of formatted or unformatted text. Even though I think this keyword is very weird, like I wouldn't have thought of using run here, but that's how it is. So now we can create some text that we want to assign here. So for example, I want to call this one run text that I added in code behind. Okay, and here I could now define specifically which kind of properties I want to use for that run text. Okay, and I would do that using curly brackets. Okay, so basically I can now define the different properties for that particular part of the text. So I could, for example, change the color of only that particular part to be brushes red, for example. Okay, so now the foreground will be red, but I can also change up other properties directly. So I could make this, for example, using text decorations, being text decorations dot and underline. This would underline the text. You can see I just need to add this comma, and then I can add a new property change. Then I could add another comma and then add the next property change and so forth. Okay, now if we run this again, then we will see that we have this new text that is going to be in red, which says run text that I added in code behind. And it has this decoration of underlined. Okay, so that's really something that you can play around with. I believe this is going to be good enough for a start. And if you want to have a specific change or want to design your text in a specific way, then you know how to do it either in XAML or in your main window XAML CS, which will be the code behind, of course. And if you want to know more about it, always just check out what the documentation has to offer. Okay, so the documentation has to offer a lot. So if you look at Textbox, you can see how the TextBlock class looks like, and then the different fields that it has. So the background property, but also the general properties that it has. So we just looked at some of them. If you want to know more about them, you can always just check out the documentation for it. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at the label control. And the label is very similar to a text block, at least at first glance. And let's just create it and then see what the actual difference will be. Okay, so I'm going to create a new WPF project and I'm going to call this one label demo. All right, so let's go down to our project here, and inside of our main window XAML file, that's where I'm going to access my label or create a new label. This label now at first glance will look like a text, so I can also write something like hello world here. Okay, so it will basically look like text, and it is similar to a text block. But the difference is that here we don't assign a text property, but we're actually assigning a content property. So here, let me go over and assign a content. You can see here this keyword is content, and you can assign a string, but you can also assign different types of controls in there as well. So for example, I have hello world here. This is the default content statement. So you can see you can put it directly into the label tag. So in between here, the opening and closing tag, or you can put the content as a property for the label as well. Okay, now let's actually use the advantage of a label. And that would be to use controls as the label content. So what I can do here is I can use a stack panel inside here. And the stack panel will be, and this will actually not be inside of the label tag, but inside of the label so not in the label statement, but here inside of the label tags, I will put the stack panel. And now I can put, for example, an image in here, and this will have the source of a certain link that I am going to use. So I'm going to use this image here. This will just be a mail icon. So I'm going to copy this address, and this will now be my source that I'm going to use for that particular image. Okay, you can take any image that you want there, and then I can also use access text, which will then be text that will be displayed next to it. So I'm going to set the access text to something like message. Okay, so let me scroll this down a little. This image is a bit too big, so let me set its width and height to, let's say, 60 width. Okay, that will be fine already. So you can see it breaks it down. Maybe even something like 16 pixels, super small. Now maybe this should be 32. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, so this will be then the image, and then the text will have a font size of, let's say, 32 as well. So this means I need to change the orientation to a horizontal orientation. Okay, so this could be how you use a label. And you see this here is still a label. So we're not using a text box here, but we can put text in there, but also other controls as you see here. So we're using a stack panel control, and then we're using an image as well as access text. So access text is basically just text, simple text here. And a stack panel is just a container that allows you to stack elements on top of each other or next to each other, depending on the orientation that you're using. Horizontal will stack elements next to each other, and vertical will stack them on top of each other. But I have a separate video only in stack panels where we're going to go in more depth into stack panels. So now what would make sense is to use a text box here. Not a text block, but a text box where the user can then enter text in there. And this will not work for a grid, so I'm going to make this a stack panel as well. Okay, so now I have the message here at the top, and then a text box where the user can enter something. And this text box could have a font size of also 32, so it's going to be a little bigger. All right, so this will now be something where we can enter text, and once we run this, we will see it a little better. So there we are. Now I can enter text here. And this doesn't look very nice. Having a little bit of a margin for my text box would make it look a little better. So let me add a margin of, let's say, 16 pixels towards all directions. And the label here should also get a margin of 16 pixels towards all directions except for the bottom. Okay, so 16, 16, and here I think it's also 16 and 0. Okay, so it will have 16 pixels towards the left, top, right, and 0 towards the bottom. Okay, so that's what we're creating here. That is the distance between this text box as well as the label. All right, so if we run this once again, this will look a little better, I'd say. So there we are. Now we can go ahead and write our message. So, dear sir or madam, and I hope I wrote it correctly. How is it going, bros? Going, bros. Something like that. Okay. So that's what the advantage of a label is. A text block doesn't offer this feature. Okay. Now, some more differences that a label has towards a text block is that you can specify a border for your label. Okay, you can't do that for the text block. So here I could define a border, and I'm going to set the border thickness to 1 pixel, for example. Now this will create a border, and now let's also add a border brush, which I will use black for. So now we have a black border surrounding it. Okay, so that's something that the label allows us to do. And then we, as you see, can use other types of content, as we've seen with the stack panel, including images and text and so forth. And then you can also use the template content through a content template property, which is an advanced topic that I'm not going to go into in this video, but we're going to see later. And you can access keys to give focus to related controls. So you can, for example, focus on either the label or focus on the text box that you have underneath. Okay, so what is focus? Let's quickly run the application. So when I click in here, you can see now it's in focus, which means now it will have a blue background. This is for the text box. And you could now assign those two so that the label will also be connected to the text box. So when the text box is in focus, the label will also be in focus. All right, so that's it for this video. Now you have seen how to use labels or what you can do with labels. There's of course a lot more to know about it, and we're going to see how to use events later on in the course, and then you will, for example, also understand how to use this focus functionality of a label. All right, so thanks a lot for watching. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at text boxes. Let's create a new project for that. And text boxes will allow us to go ahead and enter text, which is quite important in any application actually. So let's call this one Textbox demo. And I'm going to change this up a little bit. So I think a height of 400 is too much. 200 times 300 or so should be enough. We now will have a small window here, which will do the trick for us. Okay, so inside of the grid, I could now add elements. I'm going to use a stack panel instead, which will allow me to stack elements on top of each other and will also allow my text box to take as much space as it will require in terms of its height. Okay, so here you can just go ahead and use a text box just like that, and it will already create this text box directly for you. Let's run this real quick to see what's actually happening here. So there we have our application. We can click in here and write something like hello world. Okay, but you cannot have multiple lines or anything like that. That's really just it. Now let's adjust this text box a little bit. So if you want to change the height of it, you can, for example, just change the font size so the text will be bigger. So let's say we're going to use something like 30. You see that now this element has become taller or higher. If you run it again, then you will see that suddenly the text will be significantly larger. If you want to have a little bit of distance towards all the directions, you can add something called margin. Okay, so let's say we want to have a margin of 15 pixels towards all directions, and we rerun our application. Then you will see that you have distance towards all the directions for your text box. Okay, so you can enter text to your text box, and this will then allow you to, for example, later trigger events based on the text, or generally work with text boxes in your application to store the data or to log the user in if your software uses users and so forth. Let's look at a couple more properties that such a text box has. Okay, so we already created the font size, the margin, and we can add a couple more here. Okay, so I'm going to add, for example, accepts return. This is something that we can set to true, which will allow us to press the return button. And then we need to use text wrapping in order to make sure that the text will be wrapped. We're going to look at text wrapping in a second to see what the different properties are. So for example, I can now go ahead and say hello, return, world, return, and then exclamation mark. Okay, so this is something that is allowed by using these accepts returns. And now if we use text wrapping, let's say we had hello world, I'm super happy today, for example, you can see that the text is automatically wrapping to the next line. Now if we use no wrap, for example, and we would use the same text, or we'll just use a longer text. So let's rerun this. And here we say, this is the best day of my life. You can see now it doesn't automatically wrap it to the next line. We can use return to get to the next line, but you can see that it doesn't automatically wrap our text. So that's what this no wrap will do. And now there is another option that we have here, and that is the wrap with overflow. Okay, now let's run this again and play around with it. And here I'm going to write something like hello world, world, world. Okay, you can see now it's basically the same thing as we had with wrap, but now the difference is if I have a super long word like hello world, 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 you can see now it will not jump to the next line. Okay, so let me take that and play around with wrap once again, so you can see how wrap handles it. So you can see the difference in those three settings directly. So here you see, if I enter that same text, it wraps it towards the next line. So it just cuts it at one point where the next letter wouldn't fit into the text box anymore. And then it just sends it over to the next row. Okay, or the next line, so to speak. All right, and that's basically the text box with its simple features, so to speak. Now there are a couple more properties here, of course, and also a bunch of events. I think a very interesting one will probably be spell check. Okay, so here we can use spell check and you can enable it. So is enabled, you can set that to true. This will allow you to spell check your application, but then you also need to define a language. So here, if I'm using ENUS, this will allow me to now use the American English, so to speak, in order to spell check. Okay, let's run this and let's actually check it out. So here we have something like word would work, world would work, wordle. You can see now wordle, it doesn't recognize this word. Okay, it complains here, so I should check it. Right clicking on it, you can see I get options here like word, words, wordy, wordles, wordy, and so forth. And now if I use something like color, that will be fine. But if I use color, you can see now it's going to complain. So let me check color again. And this is because we use American English and not British English, because otherwise color with a U would be fine. And now right clicking on it, you can see it gives me the option of cooler or color. So this is how you can activate a spell check. And in general, you can see that there are a bunch more properties that you can define. Accepts tabs. If you want to activate tabs so the user can press tabs, then you can define a background if you want to change the color, for example. So here, let's say I want to have an Alice blue color. This will create a very light blue color, or let's say I use aqua. This will create this background color. If you want to change the text color, you would change the foreground. Okay, so let's say we want to use brown to make it super ugly. So now we have this bluish background and then this brown text. And you can even define a text property by default. So the default text would be hello world, let's say. And then we can see that the text will be, even in our designer, visible straight away. It will directly say something like hello world, and in this brown color that we have defined here. If you want to make sure that no one can change the text that is set in a text box, you can use something called is read only. Okay, so here is read only, set it to true. And now if we run this application, we will see that we cannot change the text that we have here. So I can click in it, but I cannot change it because it's read only. All right, and that's it for now for text boxes. We're going to learn a lot more about text boxes once we use them throughout our course. So let's get over to the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at buttons. All right, buttons are super important because they allow us to interact with our software. And I'm going to call this one button demo. And I'm just going to keep it simple, basically creating a new button in here. Actually, let me use a stack panel here as well. So I'm going to use a button. And this button now can have a value, for example, the text that you want to display. So it will be the content. So you can either put it here inside of the button tag. You could say click me, and that will then be displayed inside of the button. So you can see it takes the whole width because we're in a stack panel. We can also change the size of that button. For example, the width. Let's say we would make this button 100 pixels wide and we set the height to something like 30. Okay, so this would be now our click me button, and it's inside of the stack panel. So it's going to be assigned towards the top center by default. So let me change the size of my main window a little bit. This will be something like 300 times 300, for example. Okay, so now I have this button, and once you click on the button, I want something to happen because otherwise it's basically useless, right? So we need to look at events if we want to do anything. And now what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to use a label which will have the content of hello world. And I'm going to give this label a name as well so that I can access it later on. So let me call this one my label. And once I click on this button, I want my label to change. Okay, so I want to change, for example, the foreground, so the color of my label. Okay, so therefore, what I will do is I'm going to use an event here. And in order to use the best event for buttons, you should use the click event, because that's basically going to be executed once you click on that button. And here you can either manually create an event handler, or you can just use the IDE for that. So I'm going to create a new event handler by clicking on this, and it will create a new button click event for me. Now, if I gave this button a name, let's say I called this button name my button, and I would create a new event here, it would call it my button underscore click. Okay, so once you do these things, you will see that in your code behind, the events will be created for you. Now I created two events, one which is not the one that I'm using here. I'm using the button click here. I'm not using the my button click. So I should definitely get rid of this one, because otherwise my software will crash. So never have events defined which aren't going to be used in your XAML file, because otherwise your application will crash. Okay, so this will now be called whenever we click on a button. So I want to now change my label dot foreground, so the color of my label, because my label has a foreground property. You can access all of the properties that your UI elements have. For example, I can change the foreground, which will change the color. So let's say it is beige by default. It will just be this hello world beige. Maybe we should use black instead. Okay, so it will be black by default. And then I can override it once I click on the button. So I'm going to set the foreground to a different color, and this will be brushes, which I can then change the color to, let's say, coral. Okay, so now let's run our application and see what's going to happen there. So there we have our simple app. Let me click on it. You can see it changed the color to coral, so to this reddish color. Okay, so what we can do is we can also, let's say we want to change the size of our my label. So my label has a font size. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this foreground. I don't need it. I'm going to assign a font size of, let's say, 16. And now I would like you to access this font size, get its value, and increase it by 1 each time that we click on the button. Okay, so pause the video and try this for yourself, please. Okay, I hope you tried it. So I'm not going to change the color this time. I'm going to change the font size. So here, font size. Okay, let's look at what is font size going to be. You can see it's a double. Okay, so let me create a new variable, like this, double my font size will be my label font size. So whatever we get from my label as the font size, that's what we're going to store in this variable at that point. And then we're going to assign a new font size to it. So my label font size, and this should be font size here, will be the old font size plus 1. Okay, so this will increase the font size by 1 each time that we click on the button. So let's run this application real quick and see what our button is going to do. And you can see each time I click on this button, the text gets bigger because I'm changing the font size. All right, and that is basically how you can implement click events. There are more events that you can use. Okay, so let's quickly look at some of the events that might be interesting for a button. So here, let's look at click. You can see you have mouse double click, for example. Okay, so let me use mouse double click and create a new event for that. My button mouse double click. So I created a new event here, which, let's say we use the same idea here. We get the font size, but now if we double click, we reduce it by 1. Okay, so we decrease the font size by 1. Let me run this again and let's see if I can actually double click quickly enough. So you can see if I double click, I'm just too slow. The thing is, I'm overwriting my clicking. You see, I'm increasing and at the same time decreasing. So now I have both events which basically counteract each other. If I'm quick enough, I'm increasing it, but at the same time decreasing it by double clicking, because each click is going to increase, but the double click is going to decrease the font size. Okay, but you can now see that you can actually access the font, well, the double click event as well to make a change. You can, of course, also design a button. Okay, so for example, if you want to change the background color of the button, you could do that. So let's say you want to use coral as the background, and then another text color, you would set the foreground. So let's say we use blue here as the foreground. So there we are, we have changed the button color. You will also see that there are a bunch of interesting events here, like mouse enter, mouse leave. So let's implement this mouse enter event. I'm going to create a new one, mouse enter, and I'm going to use one for mouse leave. Okay, so here, new event handler for mouse leave, like so. And now we can see that we have two events now. And what I'm going to do is each time that I'm entering the button, so to speak, with my mouse, I'm going to change the color of my label. So I'm going to change the foreground to be, let's say, brushes dot, and it's going to be white, because then it will basically be invisible because white on white background is going to make it pretty invisible. And once I leave the mouse, or leave the button with my mouse, I'm going to put it back to a black text. Okay, let's run this real quick and hover over the mouse. You can see it seems like the text is disappearing, but it's not really disappearing. It's just changing its color. All right, so this is basically what you can do with buttons. There is a lot more, of course. You can see there are a bunch of events. You can design the button with all of the properties that there are. You can add a tooltip once you hover over it, for example. So let's add a tooltip. I'm your best button, for example, is the tooltip that I would now get once I hover over the button. So we're getting multiple things happening once we hover over. You can see I'm getting this I'm your best button info, as well as triggering the other event, this mouse enter event that we have implemented. All right, so at this point, I would recommend to play around with buttons a little bit, to play around with the properties. You can play around with all of the font properties, for example. So for example, the font style, you could make it italic, or the font, what is it? Weight here, you could make it bold, for example. And I would really recommend to just play around with it. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to check out radio buttons, and you might know, well, depending on your age, how such a radio with radio buttons would look like, or a cassette player with those buttons. So for example, I guess this one will be a little more visible here. So you see we have a couple of buttons, and you can only press one button at a time. So once you click one button, the other buttons will jump out, so to speak. Except you're, I think, pressing the pause button and the play button or something like that. There was a combination that you could press that would work together, but all of the other combinations would basically just cancel any other button press, so to speak. And that is what a radio button allows us to do. Okay, so we can basically have a selection of a couple of buttons which belong together, and once we click on one, the others will not be active at the same time. Okay, so let's create a radio button demo for this, and I'm going to show you what radio buttons are, what radio groups are, and all of the good stuff. Okay, so I'm going to use a stack panel here once again. Grids are just too much work to set up for such a simple demo. So we're just going to use stack panels and a small label, which is just going to say something like which is just going to say, who do you vote for? Okay, and then we have this small label here at the top, who do you vote for? Let's make it bold, so we can see it a little better. So here font weight will be bold. And then I'm going to use radio buttons as promised. Okay, so this one will be something like Obama. Then let's create another radio button. That will be Trump. That one will be McCain or something like that. I'm not sure how exactly his name was written. Something like that, right? And then we have another one. Let's call him Biden. All right. So we have Biden or Biden. I hope I wrote it correctly. Maybe it was like this. I guess it was like that. So now we have these different options here. Okay, let's run our application. and we will see that we have all of those beautiful radio buttons here: Obama, Trump, McCain, Biden. But now you see, because we only have one group, they are automatically handled like a proper radio group. Okay, but what if you want to have different radio groups? Okay, so who do you vote for? And then another one, well, how do you feel about it, or something like that? Okay, so I'm going to basically use this one, and this one will say something like, how do you feel about it? And this one will be good, and this one will be okay, and then maybe a third one, which will be something like not happy. All right, so you had to vote, but you're not happy with the candidate, which definitely can happen, but yeah, whatever. So we have now these two options. We have these two groups. How do you feel about it? Good, okay, not happy. And now let's check it out, what the problem will be. So once we run this and we select, let's say, Obama, and then feeling good about it, you see Obama suddenly jumps out. And that is because we only have one group automatically by default. So by default just takes all of the radio buttons inside of our stack panel and treats them like one radio button group. So what you can do, however, is you can assign a group name property, which is a very important one. And you could call this one presidents, okay, presidents. And I'm going to use this group name for all of those president statements here, or those options that we have here. And then I'll have another group name here, and that will be feeling, something like that. All right, so here, let me put that in here for all of them. And if I run this again, now I will be able to select one for the top level. So let's say this time I'm selecting Biden, and then how do you feel about it? And I'm okay with it, or I'm good with it. You can see now this one is treated like a separate radio button group. And this one here at the top is also treated like a separate radio button group. Now, of course, you can style those as well a little bit. So here font size could be a little bigger, for example, if you want to have it a little bigger in general. So the text will be bigger. And let's say I would like to use an image of Obama there. Now that's the beauty about radio buttons, is that you can not just use text in there, but you can actually use content. So if you can use content, you can go as far as to use something like a WrapPanel, for example. And now you can position your UI elements in order to style such a button. Okay, so you could just go ahead and add an image here, and then that image will have a source. So let's take an image of Obama as a source. So there we are. That's the image that I'm going to use. It's a little too big, so let's change this size up a little bit. So let's make the width something like 30, and height, well, height is by default fine, I believe. So we have the image of him, and then I will use the label here, which will say Obama. Okay, so now it will be next to it, and maybe we should set the height to 30. Okay, so I'm going to set the height to 30. Now it will be the same height as the text for Obama. And now if you look at it, it's all right, but I'm not super happy with this radio button icon here, this circle. So let's change it a little bit. And in order to center it, I'm going to vertically align the content. So vertical content alignment will be center. And now you can see that this little circle is in the center. And I think this is a lot nicer. Okay, so you can play around with this WrapPanel now for all of the other presidents as well. So here you could go ahead and paste that in there as well, and just replace the label to, let's say, Trump here. And you could also change the font size of the whole radio button to make it bigger. You can see the label is automatically going to be impacted by this, as well as change the vertical alignment here like that. And now what is left to do is to use a beautiful image of Trump. I'm not sure how easy it is to find something like that, but I'm just going to search for it. And I personally really like this one here. Let me put that in there. You see, he looks angry, but I think that's fine at the current situation and the beginning of 2021. So yeah, that's how you can play around with it. You see the height is set to 30. Well, if you want to have the exact same size as with the other images, you could use a width property here as well and make sure that that one will be the same. 60 is probably not perfect, but yeah, you could really play around with it to find a good spot where they are aligned. And now, if we're talking about radio buttons, we also should talk about a very important, and if not the most important property that such a radio button has, and that is going to be is checked. Okay, so here you can set that to true. This will then automatically check Trump, for example. Okay, and is checked is also going to be a getter that you can use. So not just a setter where you can set the value, but you can actually, let's say we create a name for this radio button here, RB, and I'm going to call this one RB Trump. And then in my main window XAML CS file in the code behind, I can now get the RB Trump dot is checked value. Okay, so this will then return whether this property was checked or not, and based on that I can then run some code. So I could of course also use events here, so you can check out the different events that there are plenty, but the most important one will be checked. Okay, so here there's this event that will be triggered once it is checked, and then there is one that is unchecked. So what do we want to do if we check it? Well, what we could do is we could, for example, change this Trump label to be bigger or to change the color. Okay, so let's do that real quick. So let's create a checked event. I'm going to call this one RB Trump checked. By the way, this is something that you can do by pressing Control and empty space. It will automatically create this event for you when inside the quotation marks. And now let me give this label a name. So this one will be the name. I'm going to call this LB Trump, LB standing for label. Okay, so now what we can go ahead and do is we go to our code behind here. We have this RB Trump checked, and here I'm going to check or set the LB Trump foreground to be selected, or maybe we can even use the background so it will be even more visible. Okay, so here the background will be something like brushes, which gives you colors if you type it correctly. And then let's say we use an aqua background for it, or some aquamarine background like so. Okay, so now let's check it out. Once we check Trump, we should get this background for Trump. You can see now, we can see Trump is in effect selected. Once we select Obama, you can see this is not reverted. So we would have to also implement the is unchecked. Okay, so this is a little challenge for you. Implement the event is unchecked, or what was it? Unchecked, I believe it was unchecked. Implement this event and then change the color back to what it was before. Okay, so I hope you tried it. So here I'm going to create a new event handler for that. RB Trump unchecked. Let me go to my code behind. And here what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to change the color to white. So this will now change the background color to white once we uncheck Trump. So checking Trump and unchecking him by checking something else, you can see the background for Trump is white again. I believe this is enough for you to get a basic understanding of how to get this thing going. And now, as a little challenge for yourself, I would recommend to change the design up so that it looks in general a little nicer. So that whenever you select one of the presidents, that the background color of their text will also be changed. Maybe even not just the background color, but the complete selected radio button that you have selected here. Okay, so play around with this. this will really give you a better understanding. And yeah, let's go over to the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at checkboxes. And checkbox demo is how I'm going to call this new project. So the idea behind checkboxes is that you can basically check multiple boxes, and then this allows you to set some settings, for example, or share your preferences and so forth. All right, so I have this new main window. I'm going to make it a little smaller, something like 200 times 200 should be good enough, I believe. And this will now be my little window. And I'm going to use a stack panel because it's easier to set up for particular simple examples as this one. And what I'm going to use is, first of all, a label which will say toppings. Okay, so it will have the content of toppings, and you can now select what kind of toppings you want to have on your pizza, for example. Okay, and here I'm going to use checkbox as the new element that we have to discover in this video. So first of all, it will say something like extra cheese. Okay, so if you want to have extra cheese on it, that's the way to go. Let's go ahead with the next checkbox. That one will be something like tuna. Does it even have an H? I think it doesn't. And then the next checkbox will have something like ham and so forth. Okay, so here pepperoni, and there we are. Okay, so this is how we can set it up. We have toppings. Let's make it full bold as well. Font weight set to bold. This will make it a little more obvious that this is what we are doing here. So let's run this real quick, and you can directly see that we have extra cheese, tuna, ham, and pepperoni, what we can add to our pizza toppings. Now, if you want to design those manually and make them a little nicer, you can do so, of course. So for example, instead of just having extra cheese in there, you can go ahead and use a WrapPanel once again, similar to what we have seen in the last video where we checked out RadioButtons. In the checkboxes, you have the same situation where you can basically create an image here, for example, to make it a little nicer, add a source, and this one would be, for example, for I believe extra cheese it was. So here you can just add an image with extra cheese pizza. I believe something like this should do the trick. Let's change the width up to something like 50 pixels maybe. Okay, so this will be the topping, and then let's add the label to it as well so that we can actually understand what's going on here. And I'm going to call this one extra cheese. Now, if you want to make sure that this icon, this checkbox icon, is also positioned accordingly so that it's centered, you can, of course, add the vertical content alignment center to it, which will center this little checkbox. All right, so that's how you can design it manually, whatever you want to have inside of that checkbox item. Now, of course, when we are working with checkboxes, we also have events. So for example, the checked event, let's create a new event handler here, as well as the unchecked event. Let's also create one here, a new event handler, like so. And now we will see that in the code behind, we now have two new events, checkbox checked and checkbox unchecked. So this one will work for this particular checkbox. It's of course better to have a particular name for this checkbox so that you can access it straight away, and also that the names for the events are a little more descriptive. Okay, so I'm going to give it a name of, this one will be CB cheese. Okay, so if I now get rid of this event here and create a new event handler, and same for this one, it will be a little more descriptive. Now, of course, I need to get rid of the other ones, which were very generic. Okay, so we have the CB standing for checkbox, and then cheese checked, and checkbox cheese unchecked, those two events. And now, let's say we check it. What we want to do is we want to change let's say this label here. We're going to change the background color. So let's give it a name here as well so that we can access this label. And I'm going to give it a name of LB cheese, standing for label cheese. And now I can access LB cheese to, for example, set its background. So this one will be the background, which will be brushes in order to get colors, right? Brushes, and I'm going to make this gray so that it will be selected. I believe gray is written with an A in this case. And if it's checked, it will be gray. If it's unchecked, it will be white. Okay, so I'm going to change the colors up accordingly. So let's test this real quick to see if this event is actually going to work out or not. So let me select it. You can see extra cheese is selected, and now accordingly the color or the background color of this field is changing. All right, now let's look at something that is called is3state. Okay, there's a property called is3state, and that is going to be useful if you ever have the situation where a state can be true, false, or a third state, which would be, for example, null or empty, because the data that you could get that will populate this could be a nullable, which basically is a third state, and this will then allow you to display it in your checkboxes as well. And therefore I'm going to create a new checkbox here, which I will give the name of parent CB or CB parent. And that one will basically be the parent of all of the other checkboxes, okay? So this checkbox, once it's active, it should basically activate all of them. Once it's inactive, it should deactivate all of them. Okay, so therefore, I'm going to add a little bit of margin towards my checkboxes of, let's say, 15 pixels towards the left and 5 towards the top. Something like that should do the trick. Okay, I'm going to use this margin for all of my checkboxes that I have here, like so. And now you can see that they're all a little further towards the right. And I'm going to assign this top checkbox here the is3state property. I'm going to set that to true so that it can have a third state. And here I could, of course, create new events for the checked and unchecked state for every single one of them, and for this top checkbox as well. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to instead create one event that will be used for the parent in general. So I'm going to call this event CB parent checked changed, something like this. Okay, and now let's create this event as well. And therefore I will need to create one manually here, private void CB check change, that will get an object sender as well as rooted event args that I'm going to call E. Okay, so that's how you can set up such an event. And the idea is that this method or this event will be called if we check it or if we uncheck it. So in both cases, it should be called. Okay, so I will now in this case for the parent checkbox, use it for the checked as well as the unchecked state in both cases. And then for all of my other checkboxes here, I will also need a name. So I'm going to call this one CB tuna. And this one will get the name of CB ham. So CB standing for checkbox. And then I need the unchecked event, which will be toppings like this, maybe toppings checked changed. Okay, something like that, because I want to use it for both cases. So for the unchecked as well as for the checked case. So in both cases, the same method will be called and it will trigger on based on whether it was active or inactive. Okay, so now I'm going to basically use the same for my other checkbox here where Xlar created these events that I'm not going to use anymore. I'm going to get rid of those. And I will need to create a new private void, and I call it CB toppings checked changed. which will get the sender as well as rooted event args that I'm going to call E, like so. Okay, and what should happen if the parent check changed? Well, I'm going to basically create a new Boolean, new value, as I'm going to call this one, and it will get, or it will set the value based on our CB parent is checked if that's true. So if that is true, then I want to set the CB, ham and cheese and so forth. Well, in general, I want to set it to the new value, no matter if it's true or false. Okay, so CB cheese will be checked to, set to true. The same will go for CB ham and CB tuna. Okay, in either case, we just want to set it to whatever the parent is. So what should happen if we now check our individual toppings? I'm going to check my isParent is checked to null, so it will be empty. It will be in the third state, so to speak. And then I'm going to check my individual elements. So the cheese element, if it's checked, and actually this should be in a separate opening bracket, like so. And the ham is checked, like so, equals true. Actually, we don't need to double check the true. We can just use it like so. And then finally, if the tuna is checked, like so. And I believe because we don't use the true statement anymore, we can go like this. So if that is all the case, then let's check, set the parent is checked to true. And unfortunately, I have to actually add the equal true because otherwise, well, it didn't really work. So I needed to make this check explicit in brackets here. And then I say, okay, if all of them are checked, I'm going to set the parent to be checked. And then otherwise, if all of them are unchecked, so basically the same code here. So this means this one needs to be false as well as the other two also. So all of them are false now. Then I want to set isChecked to false. Okay, now if we run this, we will see our application work as it did before, but we can select one of them. You can see it's set to null by default, which is the third state. And if I now activate all of them, then it will be set active. If I click this, you can see it jumps to null state, even though all of them are still active, but that's something we could set up manually as well. But then once I go to the third state, which will be empty, you can see all of them are changed to empty as well, or unchecked as well. So now if I check them, you can see all of them are checked. If I check individual ones, you can see it changes to the state. And if I uncheck one, then you can see it changes to the third state, which is going to be the null state. All right, so that's it for this video. Now you've seen how you can use checkboxes, and I would really also recommend to play around with it and adjust it a little bit so that you basically design it a little nicer, where you would actually add images of tuna, where you could maybe also make a nicer background for it and make sure that the extra cheese text is also centered and so forth. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at password boxes. So let's create a new project here, PasswordBox demo. And now the password box allows us to work with passwords. Okay, so I'm going to use a stack panel here once again. And inside of this stack panel, I'm going to have a label, which will be something like name. So it will display name. And then the user can enter his name. And then I'll have another label further down. So here, first of all, I'll have a text box. Text box, a normal text box as we have used before. And then underneath, I'm going to use a password box. So this password box now allows me to enter passwords. Okay, so I'm going to make everything a little smaller in terms of the complete size of the screen, 300, and here 250 times 300 should be fine. Maybe we should change the font size of all of them a little bit so that it's easier to read, because right now the font size is just a tiny bit too small. So I'm going to use 25 for all of those. Okay, so for the text box, the label, as well as the password box. Okay, and now let's also give it a little bit of margin. So the stack panel will have a margin of 3 pixels so that we have a margin towards all directions so that it's not directly in the center. Maybe more like 10 pixels will be nicer, something like that. All right, so now this will not be the name, this will be the password. So it's a little more understandable what's going on here. And if we run this, we will see something with our solution. And that is that once we enter something here, you see we can't actually see what's up. So we don't see what we have entered here, which is exactly the idea behind a password box. So here we can say something like Dennis, and then the password, you can see that there is nothing to be seen. And we can play around with the properties of that password box. For example, we can change the password character to something like a 1. Okay, this would now make this password character every time, no matter what we enter, a 1. Okay, so here I can enter whatever I want, it will be a 1. So this might be confusing for someone who looks at it. They might think you are entering a password of 1111, which would be way too simple. But of course, you can also use something like an X or a star, for example. That would be something very common where you would see a star, even though I think the circle that is there by default is also fine. But here, whatever you enter now will be a star. So that's what the password character can do for you. You can also assign a maximum length for it. So let's say you want to limit the password to be 6 characters, then you could use maximum length 6, or if you want it to be a super short pin with just 4 characters, then it would be the max length of 4. Okay, so that's what you can define here. And once you enter a password here, you can see after 4, no matter how many keys you hit, it will be limited to 4 characters. Okay, so that's what this max length is. And that is basically it for password boxes. All right, so you can of course play around with it as you like, but then there's one thing that you should take into consideration if you want to use a password box in an MVVM implementation, and that is that the password box doesn't have a dependency property, so you can't use it with data binding by default. There are ways around it, but this is done intentionally. So the idea behind it is that you can't bind it somewhere so that it's going to be a little more secure. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at image control. So the image control that allows us to basically display images in our application, and it will be something that we're going to use quite a bit throughout the course. So I'm going to change the height of my project to 300 and the width to 400, something like this. Make the window a little smaller because otherwise it's just too big for what we're displaying. Okay, so I'm going to use a stack panel here once again, and inside of the stack panel I'm just going to have an image here. So the image control allows us to display images. Okay, so you can use a source here, for example. So this can be a source on your drive, on your PC in the folders, or one that you have directly from the internet. So for example, if you have taken any of my other courses, you might have come across this image here, and that is Homer Simpson. Okay, so this Homer image, you can see it automatically takes the whole width that is made available if the image is bigger than what the screen has to offer. So if I make this 800 tall, for example, then the image almost fits in. Let me make this 900 tall, then you can see the image fits in entirely. If I now run this application, you will find that this is the image that I'm getting here. Okay, so that's the Homer image. You can of course change its properties up a little bit. So let's say you were to set the width to something like 100 pixels, then you can see the image gets significantly smaller and is a lot more viewable in our screen. So let me change the height back to 300, something like that. And you can see now the image will be smaller and it will automatically be scaled to maintain its ratio. Okay. And then, well, it basically is inside of our app. So that's how you can use it. If the user of the application will have access to the internet, it will just use this source, even though it's of course always going to be a little risky if you do that, because what if this image does not exist anymore at the moment when the user runs the application? This could happen, and that's why it makes sense to offer the image as a resource with the application itself. So therefore I'm going to create a new folder here. So add new folder. I'm going to call this one images. And in here, that's where I'm going to drag my Homer image. Okay, so Homer Simpson 2006, that's the name of the PNG. And now I would like to use that image instead. Okay, so like so. So now how you would actually set it as a source, because here, if I get rid of this, you see, it doesn't update our UI even though we don't have an image here. I can't just run it like this. I need to set it up correctly. And in order to do that, I can use the following statement. So here, pack : / application : 3 commas. Then in my case, it will be images / Homer Simpson PNG. So let me run this application. And I will see that my image still is there. So this works. So you just need to pack : application and then images. So if you have it inside of the images folder. All right, so now you can see how you can actually use images from your hard drive or from your project itself directly inside of XAML. So what if you want to override this? Okay, so let's say we have another image and we want to override it in our code behind. And therefore, I'm going to add an event to my image. Okay, so an image doesn't have a click event, but it has a mouse up event. Okay, so here, mouse up. This will be called once we release the mouse after clicking on the image. Okay, so let's create a new event handler, and this will be called image mouse up. This will be triggered once we click on the image. Okay, so let's now go back here and we can find this new event that was created for us. So what I want to do here is I want to actually override the image with another image from my images folder. Therefore, I will give it a name. So this image needs a name, and I'm going to call it my image. And now I can access it. So I'm going to set my image dot source. So the source, I'm going to change this property here, and I'm going to change it to a file that I have in my assets. So that I have directly in my images folder. Currently I have only Homer Simpson there. So now let's add another image there. So I have this other image, this Homer Simpson PNG, which if you hover over it, you can see it's going to be this image. So now I would like to assign this image using code behind, so using C# code. And the code that you will need is going to be the following one. Okay, so you can create a new URI in an extra step if you wanted to, but what's important is that you assign the source to a bitmap image, which is a new URI, and here we're using the add annotation using image control demo, which is the name of my project. Okay, and then component / and then where the file is. In my case, images homersimpson.png. And here I'm using the URI kind relative, which means it will be in the relative folder depending on which PC this will be run, because it will not always be in the exact same folder. So the user won't run this application in the same folder as I have, because they have a different naming system for their folders or whatever. Okay, so if we now run this code, we will see that once we click on this Homer image, the image changes. Okay, so it doesn't change back once we click again. So this is something that you could set up here with a Boolean state or whatever. So this is something that I would recommend to play around with to see how this is going to work for you. Play around with different images. And then one little side note is that I could have just left this part out as well, because it should still do the same thing. If we look at our application, let me run it again. And we can see the image is still there. So you don't need to add this pack stuff on top here, pack application. But if you want to be sure, you can of course leave it in here. All right, so that's it for images. We're going to use images extensively throughout the course, so no worries there. And see you in the next one. Quick pause. This video is sponsored by one of my courses. So you're learning something about WPF in this video, and I have a complete C# masterclass which teaches you a lot more about C# if you feel like you need to learn more about C# to understand everything that's going on. And then if you want to learn everything you need to know about WPF, definitely check out my WPF course. It's a 15-hour course which will teach you everything you need to know about WPF, building an entire Windows store clone using my apps in order to achieve this Metro design, which is the design language, so to speak, for the latest Windows 10 applications. You can find a link in the description down below, and there you get a huge discount, so don't miss out. Get one of the courses or both of them now. And now let's get back to the video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at the slider control. So let's create a slider demo for this. A slider is basically a very simple UI control that allows you to slide from left to right, for example. So I'm going to use a stack panel here, not a grid, to keep it simple. And here, this is the slider that you can use. This is the default slider that you can see in here as well. So now it will be, well, all over the place. Let's align this a little bit so it will be aligned towards the center, our UI element you can see here. And then I'm going to add a little bit of margin of, let's say, 20 pixels on the side so that it's not exactly at the border. And then let's change up the height here a little bit. So 200 times 400 or so should be fine. Okay, so this will be our slider now. You can also define its maximum value. So here, minimum and maximum are the two main properties that you have here. So let's say you want to be able to slide from 0 to 100, then you would have the maximum set to 100. All right, let's run this real quick. So there we are, and you can see you can just slide around. Okay, now you don't see any values here, so that's not really helpful. That's what we can change. We can add ticks to them, even though it's not really values as such, but we could add 10 ticks to it by using the tick placement property. And here we can say where we want to position it. So I want to position it towards the bottom right. So you can see that we have a bunch of ticks now. And then we can define how many ticks we want to have, basically by saying what the tick frequency should be. Okay, so for example, I want to have a tick frequency of, let's say, 10. So 10 ticks will be now the ones that I have for my entire slider. If you now want to also snap to those values that you have here, so to those ticks that you have here, you can add another property, which is called isSnapToTickEnabled. Okay, so here I'm going to add that one, isSnapToTickEnabled. You just need to set that to true for this to be active. Now, if you run your application once again, then you can see that you cannot go smoothly through it, but really just go through the ticks. So it will snap to the ticks automatically. Your slider will snap to the ticks. And then you have another important property, and that is the value property. So here, for example, I could say that the value should be set to 50 or to 5 or whatever. So depending on what I enter here, the default value will be set to that value. And now you can override this in code, of course, as well, in your code behind, or you could also take this value property as the property that you want to display. Okay, so let me add a text block underneath it. I'm going to give this text block a name of my text block. And then I'm going to give the slider a name as well. And I personally like to have the name at the top of the properties of such a UI element. And I'm going to call this one my slider. And now inside of my code behind, I want to display whatever I have selected basically as a value in my text block. Okay, so in order to do that, I need to add an event here. And the simplest event that we could use is probably going to be the value changed event. So here I'm going to create a new event handler. And if you want to know more about events, definitely check out the chapter on events and delegates. So here we are using the value changed event, which will be triggered each time that the value of our slider is changed. And we're creating a new event handler, which automatically creates this event for us. So this event handler, so to speak, this my slider underscore value changed was created for us. You can see we get two parameters here. One of them is the sender, which is of type object. And then we get the rooted property changed event args of type double, which is called E. Now I can go ahead and just, for example, assign the value of my slider to be displayed in the text block. Okay, so here I'm going to say something like my text block dot text should be the value of the slider. Now, if you want to get the value of the slider, what you can do is you can basically get my slider dot value like so. The only problem is that this is going to be of type double. So we need to convert it into a string for this to work, because text is actually going to be a text. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say slider value is, and then plus whatever the value is that we have in our slider. And now if we try to run this, we run to an error. It says system null reference exception. And this is something that you will often get if you try to do something like that. The problem is that the slider was loaded before the text block was loaded, and this is why we cannot assign anything to it. So what you can check here is if my text block is not equal null, and only run this code if that's the case. Okay, so only if the text block is ready, so to speak, you can execute this code. The reason for this is that this my slider value changed will be called once the slider is initialized into the UI, so into the main window. And it will be directly triggered, which means it will directly trigger this code. And then it would have tried to do this without the text block even existing potentially. So you could try this. So maybe in 15 times that you would run it, maybe it would run once because the text block for some reason would have been loaded or would have been faster in loading than, for example, the slider. And then it would work, but in most other cases it wouldn't. So it's better to do this check here. So now let's run it again. And now let's actually play around with the value, and you can see here slider value is, and then it displays the value of our slider. Okay, now a little challenge for you, which is going to be a little more complicated, and that is try to change the font size based on the slider value. So the font size of my text block based on the slider value. All right, so I hope you paused the video and tried it. Therefore, we're going to need a multi-line if statement here, which means that I need to add the curly brackets. And now I can add the property font size to it, which will be based on the value of my slider, like so. And now let's run this once again. And let's actually see how the size will change. So you can see here it changes, and of course it will be immense if we hover over here at the to a point where it will break our application if it's 0. So if the font size is 0, you can see our application is crashing. So here you can add a check, and you can say my slider dot value is greater 0, like so. And because this is a double, maybe we need to add D. Okay, this should be fine. Now let's run it again and drag it all the way to 0. You can see it just doesn't execute it there, and otherwise it displays it. Okay, now I have a little bit of a more of a challenge, let's say, and that is where we are going to use XAML code without using this code here to do the same thing. Okay, so basically what you can do is you can assign here the font size to be a binding property. So here binding to an element name. And what is the element name that I want to bind it to? Well, I want to bind it to my slider. And then I need to define which path I want to get, basically which property I want to get the binding from. And then I need to say at which point this should be triggered. So at which point this should be happening, so where we are updating the font size based on the slider. Okay, and then we can just say once the property is changed, which means once the value of my slider will be changed, I want to change the font size of my text block. Okay, so this is where we're using data binding and we're also using triggers. So this is a little more advanced, but we also have a video on this topic. So if you want to check out how triggers and binding works, definitely check out those videos to get an in-depth understanding of what happens here. But basically what is important here is that you are setting the font size based on the value of your slider. When the property is changed, you will be triggered, or this change will be triggered. So the font size will be updated every time the property of the slider is changed. And which property is changed? Well, the value. Okay, so every time the value is changed, this will be triggered and the value will be set as the font size for my text block. Okay, so it looks quite complex, but actually it's really straightforward what's happening here. Okay, so now let's get rid of this line here, or actually let's get rid of this code here by commenting it out. So now nothing will happen. We still have the event in there. If we just deleted it, we would run into error, so we would have to clean it up somewhere else. And actually we don't see anything. The font size will change. You can see the font size is in fact changing, but there's no text to be displayed. So let's add a little text to our text block, and we can put that in between the text block tags. So here I'm going to say something like hello world. Okay, so you could see it will be at 50. So maybe we play around with the slider values here. So we want to have a maximum value of 50 and the default value will be a font size of 15, something like that. And tick frequency will be maybe 5. So we have a lot more ticks here. Or you could actually go to something like 2. Okay. So now if we run this, then we can see that we can change the font size without using any code behind. We do it only using this code here. So we're using data binding here and triggers to achieve this behavior. At the same time, you see, once you go to 0, you don't have this problem where it crashes. It just goes to the default value that it had. Okay, so the default value of a font or of a text block. Okay. And if you wanted to make sure that 0 is not even an option because you don't want this to happen, you could of course add another property here called minimum, where you say, okay, the minimum font size should be 1 or maybe even 10. So if you have a minimum font size of 10, then the text would never be smaller than that. And I'm just using font size as one of the properties that you can change here. Okay, you could of course use any other property that is in fact a number that you want to change by using this slider. In this video, we're going to check out how to use the calendar control, because if you want to use calendars in your application, it really makes sense to understand how that works. So I'm going to call this one calendar control demo. And what we're going to use here is going to be basically a calendar. So like so. So that's it. There we are. And that's it for this video. No, just kidding. Of course, we're going to see a lot more about how to use this calendar, but you can see basically it already created the calendar for us. Here we can directly see it also select the current date for us, even in the designer straight away. So what we can now do is, of course, also change its size, not having to do it manually, but what we can do is we can put it into something called a view box. and this view box will stretch. And let's say we want to stretch it to the entire screen, so to speak. And in there we will have a calendar. Okay, so if we run this now, then we can see that it stretches to fit the entire screen, and it follows to a certain, well, it follows our size. Basically, when we resize the calendar, it does it for us and it works totally flawlessly. You can select the date here. All of that works ideally. So this is something that you might want to take into consideration. Maybe you want to display the calendar in a certain size. So something like 300 times 300 would be a good option here. So I believe this is a little nicer for my window. You could also change the setting here to uniform to fill. You can see now it's uniform, which looks a little better. So let's run this again. And now you can see the view always maintains its size. So this is probably going to be a better option to use uniform here. Okay, so how do you actually get a value from the calendar? Well, in order to get the value, what you can do is you can give your calendar a name. So I'm going to give this calendar control a name. I'm going to call this my calendar, like so. And now in my code behind, I can get the calendar value by using my calendar dot selected date. Okay, and this will then be something that I could display. So let's display this in a text view actually. So I'm going to put this into a stack panel instead of a grid. And then underneath the view box, I want to have a text block, which will allow me to display text. And I'm going to call this one my text block so that I can now access it via code behind and assign a value to it. So I'm going to say my text block.text should be the selected date as a string. And now for this to be updated each time that we change the calendar date, well, this will send it at the beginning, but unfortunately the selected date is going to be empty at the beginning. So what we can do is we can define the selected date manually. So here you could say the 1st of January 2022 as a selected date. Okay, and then it will use that. Let's run it again. Okay, let's see. Here we can see the selected date is the 1st of January 2022. Maybe we should resize the height here. So let's make it something like 400 so that we have enough space for our text underneath. But now I would like to be able to select the date and update my text block based on the selection. So here there's this event called selected dates changed. Okay, so once you changed the selection, I want to create a new event handler for me here, which will be this one. Okay, and this will be called, basically this method here will be called every single time that we click on any of the other dates, so to speak. So what I want to do is I want to update the date based on whatever I have selected. So I'm going to get it from my calendar. I'm going to get the selected date and I'm going to make a string out of it. And because text block could be empty, we need to check if my text block is not equal null and only then execute this code, because otherwise if you run the code, it will crash. So there we are. Let's select the date. You can see now it will update our text down there based on our selection of the calendar. Now, this calendar has a bunch more properties that you can play around with. Okay, so for example, if you only want to display months, you could change the display mode here. And you can see that you can select decade, month, year. So let's select year for example. You can see now we can see the year with the individual months. Then if we select alternatively the decade, for example, then it will display all of the years in the decade that we have selected. Or if you go for month, you get the default view. And this is also the default setting for the display mode. And then one more thing, If you want to black out certain dates, you can add that into the calendar. So in here, I can add calendar like so, dot, and here, for example, what I'm going to use is blackout dates like so. And then you can add a calendar date range in here of dates that you don't want to be available. So for example, in my case, I believe I have the English settings here, so I would have to select something like 05 or actually 03.05.2021, and then end date would be something like 03.09.2021, like so. So that would be one of the calendar date ranges that I will black out now. And you can see, well, there it already is. It is blacked out now, so I cannot select those dates as they are not selectable, so to speak. Okay, so I deactivated those for my calendar. Okay, so that's it for this video. There's of course a lot more to play around with. I would recommend that you just check out the other properties real quick. And then once you actually will use calendars in your application, get a little more into depth with it. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we're going to check out how to use date pickers. So let's go ahead and create a new project, DatePicker demo. And the idea behind date pickers in comparison to a calendar UI element is that the calendar UI element is really taking a lot of space, and the date picker is only going to be a little pop-up that will appear once you click into a field. Okay, so let's just use a date picker in our grid here, date picker like so, and just quickly see what a date picker looks like by default. Okay, before we do any customization. Okay, so I have this here, this select the date. There's also this icon at the top right corner, and here you can then click on this icon to select the date. For example, the 18th of March, and you can see this value is now entered in here. Okay, now if I want to override it with something else, I can do so as well. So here 2021, that will work as well. And if I go here, you can see now the date picker will be selecting the value that I've entered manually. And then the pop-up closes once you select the date, and it populates this text field here with the selected date. So now let's look at some of the properties that such a date picker has. Okay, so for example, you can just use Control and space. It will give you some ideas. Margin, selected date, for example. That's where you can then auto define the date that will be selected from the start. So 03/01/2021, for example. That will now be the selected date once I restart the application. And you can see this is the selected date by default now, even though today is the 5th of March, for example. Okay, by default, it will just take the current date. But if you define it manually, you can override the default here. Then you can change the selected date format. Okay, so there are two versions, short, which is the default, and then long, which is the non-default. So which is the one that you can set up to have a long date. You can see here it says Monday, March the 1st, 2021 would be the long version. So here you can play around with the selected date format if you want to change that. And then the interesting event that we need to look at is selected date changed. Okay, so this is the event handler that you need to define if you want to make any changes or execute any code if a date has been picked and the date has been changed. So the selected date changed, then you can of course look at your code behind, and here in this method you now need to define what you want to execute once this event is triggered. So in my case, I'm just going to directly say if this is clicked, then please go ahead and just display a message box that will also show the date has been changed to, and then the actual date. So in order to get the date, I can get it from the sender. Okay, so this will be a little tricky. Let's get it from the sender. And the sender will be of type DatePicker, like so. And then you can get its date. So for example, the selected date, which will be of type DateTime. Okay, so you can get the selected date this way, and you can save it as a string by using toString. Okay, now let's save it inside of a variable. So string my date will be whatever has been selected here. And then I can assign the message box to display my date. Okay, now the thing is, the selected date could be empty, for example, once the application is loaded. So just to make sure that that's not the case, so here I'm going to check if selected date is not equal null. Only then do I want to execute this code. And here I have one bracket too many at the end. And I will need to make sure that I put these 2 lines into the if statement. Okay, now let's run this. And you could see that the event will be triggered once the UI is loaded. So the date has been changed to 3/1/2021, which is the date that we have selected by default. And it's triggered once again, once the application is loaded. So you can see it was triggered twice, this event, which is why you have to double check this kind of stuff. And now, once I change the value, let's say to 3, you can see the date has been changed to the 3rd of March, 2021. And that's it. So that's how you can trigger this selected date changed event. And that's how you can get the selected date. So if you want to use it throughout your application, for example, if you wanted to store it somewhere in the database or whatever, you could use this piece of code where you make sure that you cast the sender, which is of type object, into a DatePicker, which you then can use to basically access DatePicker properties, such as selected date. So a DatePicker has the property selected date, and you can now either override it. So you could also just override it at this point and not just check it. Or in this case, we're checking if it's not null. And if it's not null, then we are using the date. Okay, so yeah, that's basically it. Now, if you were to black out certain dates, you can do so as well. So here you can use a calendar range, and actually not as a property, but inside of the DatePicker, you can use a calendar date range, like so. And here you can define what kind of start date you want to black out. So let's say we had this format of 01, or actually let's do 02, 03, 2021, all the way up to the end, which would be 05, 03, 2021. Now you can use this calendar range in your DatePicker's blackout dates. Okay, so a DatePicker has this property called blackout dates, and in there you can use your calendar date range. And before you run this, you have to be careful that the selected date is not going to be inside of the calendar range. And I'm not really good with English calendars, so here I made a little mistake. So let's say all the way to the 3rd of March, it's going to be blocked out, and the actual date that we're selecting will be the 5th of March. Okay, so now it will be blacking them out, but it won't crash our application, because if you try it where you have the selected date in a blackout date, well, then your application will crash. So you see here, almost the entire February is blacked out, so I cannot select these dates, and all the way to the 3rd of March. Okay, so I can still select the other dates, but I cannot select blackouted dates. All right, so that's a little bit of an introduction into date pickers. They can be very useful. Now you see how you can get the date from the date picker, how you can also get it once the date has been changed. And yeah, that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at expanders, and expanders allow us to go ahead and expand content and then hide it again. This is something that you usually see as a spoiler, for example, all right? So if you want to hide the spoiler, you could use a expander. All right, so let's go ahead and use the expander demo project here in order to get accustomed to using expanders. Okay, so I'm going to use a stack panel in here. And in that stack panel, I'm going to use my expander. Okay, so how the expander works is basically you have your content that you want to put in here, and you can have it inside of the expander that will then hide it. Okay, so here I'm going to use lorem ipsum text so that I have a bunch of it. Otherwise, I would have to type forever. So here, for example, I'm going to paste this lorem ipsum text, quite a long text here. And you can see that this is the text that will then be displayed. Now for this text block, I want to wrap the text, because otherwise it will not look good. So text wrapping, here I'm going to use wrap. Okay, so now it's going to wrap my text. I'm going to change the font size of it as well to something like 20, for example, so it's a little bigger. Okay, let's run this real quick to just see what this expander does for us. So there we are. We can click on this expander and it will display our data here. Now, the cool thing is the expander allows you to put content in it, which means you could put whatever you want in there. So not just the text block, you could go ahead and have another panel in here with a text block. And on top of that, you have, for example, a button that will say, click me. Then you could have another item that could be like a DatePicker, for example, here. You know, like you could basically build whatever you want here. Let's run this again just to see how this will now influence our application. So there we have our expander, and you can see we have the click me button, you have the DatePicker, then you have your text block. So you're totally free to put whatever you want in here, as long as it fits into a window. If we look at our expander, we can see that it's really just this little icon, but there's a lot behind it. So how can we make sure that people know what's behind it? Well, we could use something like click me to expand, and again to close, or hide my content, to hide my content, something like this. Okay, so this will now be the header of my expander. Okay, that's how it works. There we are. So click me to expand, and again to hide my content. And now, of course, it's a lot more interesting if we can design this properly. So in order to do that, you can use expander.header. Okay, so now inside of this expander.header is where you can add your design. So here I could have another stack panel, for example, which is going to be vertical. So here orientation will be vertical. Actually, let's make it horizontal so that the items will be next to each other. And here I could have a little image, and this image could be my beloved Homer Simpson here. So the source would be this Homer Simpson image. Now, of course, I'm going to change the width of this a little bit so that it fits into this expander. So that could be the image, and then I have a text block, which will just say something like click to expand and to hide the content, and click again to hide the content, something like this. And now this could, of course, also be centered. So here, this could be the content alignment, and that would be vertical content alignment, like so. I'm going to put that into the center. Okay, so now the text will be in the center like so, and then there's Homer Simpson eating his donut. Beautiful image, I love it. And now there we are. Click to expand and click again to hide the content, and that's basically it. Now this is something that could be very useful for a Q&A. Okay, so where you have the question here at the top, and then once you click into it, you see the answer in more detail. So this is something that you should definitely check out if you want to build a Q&A application. And I would actually even recommend that you do that as a little exercise. So where you have the Q&A in the sense of an FAQ. So where you have frequently asked questions and underneath you have the answer expanded. And you can of course have expanders next to each other in a grid. So where you have multiple expanders and really build a beautiful little UI that will help you with that. And then let's look at some of the events. And here I can use something called expanded. So expanded will be the event which will be triggered each time that is expanded or reduced again. And is expanded is the property that tells me if the item is expanded or not. Okay, so I'm going to use expanded here to create a new event handler. So the expander is expanded. And here I can now, well, I have this new event. And here I could now, for example, display a message box, which will just show expander was clicked. Okay, nothing too fancy. Let's run this real quick. And click on it. I see expander was clicked. And there we are. And something you will notice is that this is only executed once we expand it and not once we unexpand it. So once we close it, so to speak. All right, so that's it for this video. I would recommend, as I said, to create a little FAQ using expanders to get a feeling for it, design it in a nice way using different kind of properties like the color that you use as the background, the colors that you use for the text, the font, and so forth. And once you're done, you can share it with us. So if you feel like it, then please share what you have built, so the FAQ that you have built, with us. I would be very happy to see what you can build and how nice you can make it using everything that you have learned so far. And of course, more if you want to use more features that you have not learned in the course so far, but learned somewhere else. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome to the panels chapter. In this chapter, we're going to look at the different layouts, so to speak, or the containers. So a panel is a container for other UI elements and can also be a container for another container. But basically the idea is that they will help us to structure the UI elements in a certain format. So where we, for example, want to position our buttons, do we want to put them on top of each other? Do we want to put them next to each other? Do we want to have a grid where we can specifically decide in which row or column the UI element should go, and so forth. So we're going to see how to do all of that, how to structure our UI using the different panel types. And this is going to be a very fundamental and important aspect of any kind of your WPF applications. All right, so let's get started. In this video, we are going to cover grids. And grids are a super important layout element in WPF because it's allowing us to display elements in a specific order, which is what we want in many different cases. Okay, so let's create a new project. And here I'm going to select WPF. Well, you can search for WPF here, and then it will give you the .NET Framework option, which is the one that we're going to use in our case. Okay, so let's give it a name. I'm going to call this one Grid Demo, and then let's create it. Once the project is loaded, you will see that you have your main window, which is empty. But when you look at your XAML code, you can see that the default element that you have inside of your window is in fact a grid. Okay, and this grid now allows us to decide whether we want to have 2 columns, 3 columns, just 1 column, and so forth. And we can define all of that by creating something called a grid.column definition or a row definition. Okay, so if we want to create column definitions, we can now create individual column definitions in here and define how each column should look like. For example, we could start with 2 different columns here. And therefore, I'm going to define how much width such a column must have. Okay, you can see that there are a couple of different properties here. The width, the minimum width, a name if you want to access it later on, and the maximum width, which would be the most interesting properties, I'd say. You can see there are a couple of events as well. and dependency properties. So there's a lot going on. Drag enter, what should happen when we drag and enter, when we drop something into that, but that will go too far for this video. We're going to focus on how to lay out a UI. Okay, so I'm going to use width here, and then you have multiple different options what you enter here. Okay, so you could, for example, use a width of 1. Okay, now let's create another column. And by the way, you can also close this tag like this. Then you don't need to have an opening and a closing tag. Okay, now if you want to have a second column, you can just go ahead and say, okay, column definition with another one that will have a width of 1. Now these both columns will now have a width of 1 pixel. So there's barely any space in there. So maybe we use something like, let's say 200 pixels. Okay, so this one will have 200 pixels and this one will also have 200 pixels. So we can see that we have those two columns and they, well, leave out a lot of space here. We're going to see how to use percentages later on and how to autofill as well. But now before we look into that, let's actually add some elements in here. And I'm just going to keep it super simple because I'm just going to use buttons here because I think they are very easy to visualize and understand. Okay, so here you can see now we have this button and I'm going to give it a text of button 00. Okay, button 00, which will be in the 0th column as well as the 0th row. Okay, but we don't have defined rows yet, so it's going to be 1 row by default, but we will later on see how to define rows as well. Now, this button, as you see, is by default in our first column. So in the column 0, so to speak. We never defined that it should be there, but it just is there by default. Now, if we create another button, you can see we don't see that second button because it's on top of it. So let's say we would like to change the position of that button. So we want to position it in the second column. Then we can set the grid column property. You see that one here. We can set it to a value. So for example, we can set it to 1. 1 being the second column, because computers or programming languages, except for R, I believe, they usually start counting at 0. Okay, so this language, C# that we're using here, and XAML as well, they count 0 and then 1. Okay, so this is our 0th column, and this is our first column, or number 1 column, so to speak, index 1 column. Okay, so if you want to be specific with your first button, then you should also state in which column it should be, because otherwise this can lead to confusion. Okay, I really recommend to always define the column and not just leave the default. So this one will be button 01. So button row 0 and column 1. Okay, that will be the text of it. So you can see we have 2 columns and they don't take the whole space. Now let's play around with this space a little bit. So I'm going to use something where I have a percentage. So I will use 2 star, for example. I could have used 1 star as well. In this case, it doesn't matter because we only have a width of 200 and this one will take the rest of the available space. So this button 00 now takes all of the available space and it takes a percentage, so to speak, if you have multiple columns. So let's say we have this column here also with 1 star like that. And now both of the buttons have the same width. So they're both having the same weight, so to speak. So this one has a width weight of 1. This one also has a width weight of 1. Now, if I make this second button, so this button 01, if I make it with 2 star, now it will be twice as wide as this first button. Okay, so this is how you can play around with the values here, and you can of course also use something where you use percentages. Okay, so this one will, for example, will be 33% and this one will be something like 76%. So this one will be 1/3 and this one will be 2/3. So that's also something that you can play around with. So you can define a specific width, so a pixel width in pixels. This will be 200 pixels, for example, or let's say 500 pixels wide now. And this other column will take all of the rest of the available space, no matter what stands here or what we have here, except we had another column. Okay, so if we have another column in here, now you can see the rest of the space that is made available will be split among the two because they have the same value here, the same weight, so to speak. Okay, now of course I could change that to, let's say, something like 200, and this one would be 1 star. So it would take whatever is available to it. This one will be 200 pixels wide, this other column that we created, so the third column, and so forth. Okay, and then there is another keyword which is called auto. Now auto will take automatically the space that it requires for its children. Its children are all of the elements that are inside of this column. Okay, so let's create another button for this particular case, where I'm going to now call this one, well, position this one in column 2 and call this one 02. So button 02. And now you can see it will only take the width that its text, which means its child, so to speak, here requires. So this button has this amount of space that it needs, and auto will automatically take that space. Now, if I define manually how wide this button should be, so if this button has a width of, let's say, 100 pixels, now you can see that the button will automatically take 100 pixels, and the auto will now be 100 pixels. So basically it just says, okay, however wide the elements that are my children are, however much width they require, that's how much width I'm going to give them. Okay, so let's say this one was 500. Then you can see now we're suddenly out of the screen. So this is something that you should avoid, which is why it's tricky to play around with values at different levels. Okay, so it's always good to have percentages and basically build your UI so that it's flexible and will look good on different sizes, so to speak. Which is why I prefer to use a percentage here. Let's say button 00 will have something like 33% for it. The second one, and this should be a star, so don't forget the star if you want to make sure that it will also be taking 33%. Okay, without the star, it will take the pixel value. With the star, it takes the percentage. So now in this case, you can see this right button still takes the auto width, so still only takes as much width as it requires. But the columns, well, even though they should just use 33%, this is still weighted. Okay, so they're still weighting against each other. How much weight do I need in comparison to the other elements that also are weighted? Because they just take all of the available space that is left. Okay, now if we change this auto to also something like 033 star, now they will all take the same width of space, even though the button still stays at 100 pixel width. And in order to explain this a little better, I think using percentages might be a little complicated. So let's use whole numbers instead. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of this width for a second. And now I have a width for all of my columns of 1 star. So how this works is it will take one of the total of widths, so to speak. So it will take one of 3. So now one column, or each of our columns, is going to be taking 1/3 of the entire width that is available for our grid. Okay, and now if I would use something like 2 for the first 2 columns, 2 star, and the last one will take 1 star, then this here would be 2 plus 2 plus 1 is 5. So this one takes 2/5 of the width. This one takes 2/5 of the width, and this one takes 1/5 of the width. So if you're using percentages, I would recommend to use something close to 1. So something like 0.33 for each of them is going to be fine, even though it would make sense to potentially make one just a little wider using 0.34 if you're using percentages, which you would usually, in this case, I would really recommend to use the weights. So if you want them to all be the same, you would just use the same number here. So even if you use 2, for example, for all of them, it's the same as if you would use 1 for all of them, because now it's 2/6, 2/6, and 2/6. So each of them is basically a third. Okay, so that's another little side note that you have to take into consideration here. Okay, now let's look at rows, because we have columns now, but what about rows? Well, we can also use something like grid row definitions in order to define our row definitions in here. So here, if I create a new row definition, here the main property will be height, the most important one. And here we can also use pixels once again, for example. So now I have a row of height 100. You can see all three buttons are just at this top part now. Okay, so they're by default in row 0. If we define it manually here, grid row, and then we say this one will be in grid row 0, and this one, for example, will be in grid row 1, then this button 01 would go down here if we have another row definition. So you can see we don't have this row definition, so it stays where it would be by default because it doesn't understand what grid row 1 is, as there is no row 1. Now let's do the same thing with our second button. So this one will get a row, and in this case I'm going to position it at grid row 1. Now this will push it just down a row. So it will put it down here once we have another row. But because we only have one row definition, this means we only have one row in our UI. So you need to create a second row for this to take any effect, because otherwise it will take the default, which is grid row equals 0. Okay, so let's create another row. And now you see that this button suddenly moves down a row and now is in the second row. And now let's actually make them percentage-wise. So this one will take a height of 1 star, and this one will also be a 1 star. So they will all both be of same height, so to speak. They will both just take a certain height. Well, in this case, the same height, 50% for each of them. Now this, of course, will not be button 01, but now it will be actually 11 because it's in row 1 and column 1. Okay, so column, this one here, and row, this one here, 1. Okay, now let's create a couple more buttons. So this is actually what I would like you to pause the video now and try for yourself. So now position buttons in all of the empty fields. Okay, so I hope you tried that. I hope you paused the video. So in the first column, I needed a button at the position 0. So this one will be button 01. Then I need another button in the column 0 in row 1. And this one will be 1, 0. And then I finally need another one in column 2. And this one will be the 2, 1 button. Now I want to change this bottom button here. I want to get rid of this width and give it a row as well. Grid row of 0. All right. And this button here, by the way, should be 1, 2 and not 2, 1. Okay, because it's in the first row, second column. Okay, and this is generally how you can use grids. You can, of course, have grids inside of grids. You could have text inside of here. You could have an image here at the top and then a button somewhere else and all of that. You can handle all of that using grids, and they're super powerful whenever you want to structure something like this. Okay, and we're going to check out a couple more different layouts in the next few videos. But for now, I believe it's a good point to make a break and see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, I would like to talk about spanning. And I don't mean spamming, but spanning. So what we want to do is we want to span items over more different rows or columns, for example. So let's say we have this structure here with 4 columns and 3 rows. Now what I would like to do is I would like to put an element here at the top which takes multiple columns as well as multiple rows. In order to achieve that, I can use something called spanning. Okay, so I can add a span to my properties. Let's say I have a couple of buttons here, okay? So this button will be in the column of 0 as well as in the row of 0. And now I'm going to create a couple more buttons here. Okay, so there we are. I have all of my buttons in here and they have the right position as well as the name that fits to its row as well as column. So this is row 2, column 0. That's why I called this button 2, 0. or I added the text to it. Okay, so now what I can do is I can make sure that a button, for example, takes multiple columns. So let me get rid of this button here. Now we have an empty space here, and I want to make sure that this button 00 will take a bigger span, so it will span over 2 columns. So I'm going to use the column span for that. So there is this property grid column span, and here I can, for example, define that this element should span over 2 columns. Now if I wanted to make sure that this button is going to span over 2 different rows as well, I can add a row span here as well. Let's say a row span of 2. Now it will be overwritten by the other button, so let's get rid of those as well so that we can actually see this bigger button now. So this button 00 will now in fact take a bigger portion of the screen. In order to make this a little more visible, I'm going to change the color of this button. So let's change the color to something like aqua. Okay, now you can actually see the difference between this button and the others quite easily. All right, now a little challenge for you. Please change the background color of button 1, 2, and then change its span for the column to 2, and afterwards the span for the row to 2 as well. And at the same time, get rid of the buttons that are in the way. Okay, so I hope you paused the video. So the buttons that are in the way are going to be 22 and 23, as well as 13. And now I'm going to change the background color of my button 1, 2. And here I'm going to use a blue violet, for example. And at the same time, I'm going to change the column span first. And I'm going to set that to 2. Okay, so now we'll take 2 column span of space. And I'm going to do the same thing with the row. So here the row span will be set to 2. And there we are. Now you see how you can use spanning in order to span UI elements over multiple different rows and columns. And this of course does not only work with buttons, it works with any other type of view that you have in there. Okay, so also here of course what's going to be taken into consideration are going to be the widths of the individual columns. Okay, so this is not a way to make a column wider. If you wanted to make a column wider, so let's say the last column should be twice as wide, what we would need to take into consideration is that now it's 1/4, and what we wanted to have would be 2 times as big, which means that it would take half of the screen. Okay, that would be basically twice as big. If you want it to be twice as big as the rest, well, you would need to make this 3. Okay, so the total now will be 6 widths. Okay, and the 3 will be 3/6, which is 1/2. That's how you would, for example, change the width of a column. But you can also see that our button 1, 2 is now basically significantly wider. It's still spanning over the 2 columns. Okay, so that's really something that you can play around with and build any type of UI using grids. That's why they are so flexible and useful to use. All right, so that's it for this video. And let's have a look at some other controls in the next few videos. In this video, we're going to look at Stackpanels. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new WPF app with the .NET framework. And the idea behind Stackpanels is that you can stack elements on top or next to each other. So as you see inside of our window, we still have a grid by default, and let's change that. Let's actually create a stack panel here instead. And what I want to do here is I just want to stack a bunch of buttons. Okay, so I'm going to create a button here, and this one will be my button 1. And then I'll just create a couple of more buttons in here. Okay, so if we look at our UI, this is the UI that we are getting right now. So let's change that up a little bit. Let's make this like 200 pixels wide and something like, I don't know, 200 pixels high as well. Okay, so this is what our UI will look like. So we have a button here at the top. And now what a stack panel allows us to do is to stack elements next or on top of each other. So let me just stack another button in here. So this one will be button 2. Okay, and then another one. This one will be button 3. Okay, so that's what the stack panel does. And it's not limited to buttons. You can use any type of UI element in here. So it will just stack the UI element based on its position inside of the stack panel. So here, if I change button 3 to be at the top, now you will see that it will be also in the UI at the top. So that's how a stack panel treats its children. It takes them, and based on the line of code that they are at, it will position them in order. Okay, now what if you want to stack elements next to each other? Well, there you can also use a stack panel, of course, and you can change the orientation property. This orientation is by default set to vertical. Okay, so that's something that we don't even have to set up. By default, this is what is happening when you create a stack panel, even without this line of code. But once you add it here, you can of course change the property up. So if you don't know what you can enter here, what you can do is you can use Control and space, and Visual Studio will then offer you the different options that you have. In this case, let's use horizontal. And we can see that now the buttons are stacked, but they are stacked next to each other. Okay, so let me use vertical for this main stack panel. And now let's create another stack panel in here, orientated horizontally. So the orientation will be horizontal. And now let me add a button for 1. So here I'm going to call this one button for 1. And then another button, which will be next to it, button for 2 and button for 3, for example. Okay, so this is how I can stack elements next to each other if I want to basically use UI elements that need to be next to each other. That's always a good way to do it. If you want to make sure that the stack panel is displaying its children centered, so in a centered way, you can use a property called horizontal alignment. Okay, so here you can, for example, say that it should be centered. What this will do is it will center your stack panel. It won't center the buttons. The buttons will still be in the stack panel as they are, but everything that is inside of the stack panel will be centered. Now, the thing about stack panels is that they consider their children, that they will take infinity space. So basically it can overflow here. So if I have a button for 4, you can see that now the buttons will overflow and will get outside of the screen. So they are out of the edge of our screen, which is usually not what you want. So you have to be really careful here. The same goes for a vertical stack panel. Okay, so you can see here now we also have all of these buttons, and they basically push whatever is underneath it just further down. And also what you can see is that the buttons by default only take the height that they need for their children to display. In this case, the children is the text. So for the button to display correctly. As large as the text will be, that's how large the button will be. So if you play around here with the font size of your button, let's say you make it bigger, then you can see that the button will automatically change its size and appear accordingly in your stack panel. So that's something that you need to take into consideration when working with stack panels. The children get all of the space that they need. And then one more thing that I would like to show you. So therefore I'm going to get rid of this inner stack panel, and I'm going to add a couple more buttons. And before I do that, I want to add something called horizontal alignment to the buttons themselves. So for example, you can see that I can center a button, I can position it towards the left, the right, and so forth. So if I center it, you can see that now it will be centered inside of the stack panel that is its parent. Okay, so now let me do the same thing with the other buttons. Okay, this one will be button 2, button 3, button 4. And now you can play around with these values here. Okay, so for example, you can change the left value, then it will position itself towards the left on the horizontal axis. The same goes here. For the other button, you can play around with it and use, for example, the right statement. So now the button will be swung towards the right because the horizontal alignment is set towards right. And then you can also use stretch here, and this will then stretch the button throughout the whole screen. You saw that before we entered any of these settings, the buttons by default were stretched. So if I add a new button here, and I'm going to call this one button 5, you can see that the button by default will be stretched and will take the whole available width. Okay, so here we didn't even need to add this stretch statement manually. It was just there by default and was considered as a horizontally stretched button. And the same goes, of course, for vertical buttons. So there it's exactly the other way around. Now, if we were to use a horizontal statement here, you can see that they are all stretched by default because center, left, and right doesn't do anything to them because now they're stacked horizontally. So here you can use alignments that will be vertical. So here, vertical alignment. And you can see that now they have an effect, even though left and right don't have an effect really. So what you can do here instead is going to be bottom as well as top. Okay, so these are the options when you have a horizontal stack panel. And of course, stretch will stretch over the whole height that is available inside of an horizontal stack panel. Now that is the stack panel, and it is very useful if you have a scrollable view. So if you can scroll, and therefore you would use something called a scroll view. So here, instead of just using what we have here with a bunch of buttons, let's say we had a bunch more buttons here, then we would need to be able to scroll. And in order to do that, we need to surround it with a scroll viewer. And this will allow us to then, let me put that in here, scroll. You can see there is a scroll bar here at the side. And now let's open this application or run this application. And we will see that we have these buttons and we can actually scroll. Okay, so you see the limitations that such a stack panel has. The problem that you need to actually be able to scroll if you don't know how much space the elements inside of the stack panel will take. But if you want to stretch the elements that are inside of a stack panel towards both directions, not just based on the orientation, then you would need to use something called a DockPanel, which we're going to look at later on. So see you in the next one. Quick pause. This video is sponsored by one of my courses. So you're learning something about WPF in this video, and I have a complete C# masterclass which teaches you a lot more about C# if you feel like you need to learn more about C# to understand everything that's going on. And then if you want to learn everything you need to know about WPF, definitely check out my WPF course. It's a 15-hour course which will teach you everything you need to know about WPF, building an entire Windows store clone using my apps in order to achieve this Metro design, which is the design language, so to speak, for the latest Windows 10 applications. You can find a link in the description down below, and there you get a huge discount, so don't miss out. Get one of the courses or both of them now. And now let's get back to the video. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at WrapPanels. Okay, so I have prepared this little stack panel here with buttons which say click me. Okay, and by default, stack panels just stack elements on top of each other. If you change the orientation, however, it can also stack elements next to each other, and you can see it really takes all of the parents with in this case. Okay, now let's look at WrapPanels instead. So what can a WrapPanel do for us if we add elements? So you see here, the items only take the space that they need, not more than that. Let me actually change the size of my screen up a little bit so it will only have a width of 200 here. And now we have the 3 buttons which say click me. Now let me change the width of such a button to 100 pixels, for example. And now you can see that this other click me button still fits in here, but the third one doesn't fit in this row. So it basically puts it into the next row. And this depends on the size of the screen that we have here. Now, if we can also set up the height here, let's say we set it to 100, you can see that all items inside of that same row, so to speak, will also have this height of 100. Okay, let me add a couple more buttons here. And let me run this application real quick. What we will see is that if I make some more space, the elements will stack next to each other. And if I don't have much space, they will be on top of each other, or basically they will be dragged to the next row. You can see here, that's basically what you can play around with, and that's what's going to happen with WrapPanels. Now they have a really big advantage, you can see, and that is, for example, that the items that they have as children are only going to take the size that they actually need, or that is defined manually, like we did with width and height for one of the buttons. But what you can also see is that whatever height you set up for your button, that is also going to be the height that it will use for the entire row. So if I now were to put the button that has a different width and height at a different position here, then what will happen is that in that row where this button is that has this height, the entire row will now have this height as well. So if we run our application, you can see if it is still fitting in the first row, then it will basically make all of the first row buttons or UI elements have the same height. But if it only fits in the second row will have this height. If it is by itself, you can see all of the other buttons aren't influenced by its size. And as it is with Stackpanels, a WrapPanel can also have a different orientation. So you can see here there's this property called orientation, and the orientation can either be horizontal or vertical, and the default will be horizontal, but we can also set it to vertical. So you can see now it's going to stack items on top of each other, but then if there is no more space towards the bottom, then it will stack them to the side as well. You see? So now it stacks them to the side, and this really depends on the orientation that you set up. All right, so that's it for WrapPanels. Now you have an idea of how WrapPanels work and how they treat their children. And that's it for this video. See you in the next one. In this video, we're going to use DockPanels and check out how they can help us for our future projects. Okay, so I'm going to create a new demo for that, DockPanel demo. And the cool thing about DockPanels is that you can dock your items to a particular position. Okay, so let's look at this in our application. So I'm going to make this a 500 times 500 window. And now I'm going to use a DockPanel here. Okay, so inside of this panel, I can now add all of my UI elements. For example, I could use buttons here. So I'm going to use this button that will have a text of top. Okay, so this button should be at the top of my DockPanel. Now, because there are no other buttons, this button will take the whole available space. If I add another one, you can see that now we have these two buttons, and the second one being huge, the first one pretty small. So the DockPanel doesn't have any details about where we want to dock our items yet. And that is something that you can set up by using the DockPanel/dock property. And you can see that there are a couple of options. For example, I can dock one item towards the top. And then let's say I want to dock my second button towards the right. For example, here, then it will be docked towards the right, even though we can't see it yet. So let's dock some more buttons. This will make a lot more sense. So this one will be docked towards the left. And then finally, that one will be docked towards the bottom. Okay, and now let's add another one, which will not be docked at all. So I'm going to get rid of this. And this is basically what we are getting here. Actually, let me make this a little smaller. Okay, 300 times 300. I believe then we can see it a little better here. So we have the top button, we have this one will be the left button and the bottom button. Okay, and then finally we have this one, which is the center button. So we can dock elements towards the different edges of our screen. You can see this center button is just there because, well, it doesn't have a dock to which it should go. And the bottom button here, you see, takes the whole available space because, well, the others are just pushed to their sides and only take the space that they require. But this bottom button, well, it will take the rest of the available space. So if we have other elements in here, it doesn't have to be another button. It could even be an image here. Okay, so here I could have an image, and this image will have a source of, let's say, Homer Simpson. So I'm going to use this image here. So now you can see that the elements that are in the middle are just going to take all of the available space, and the items that are docked are going to only take the space that is required for that particular direction. Okay, so the top button takes all of the available space. Then you can see the left button starts where the top button ends, but it goes all the way to the bottom. You can see the bottom part only is cramped between the left button and the right button. So basically between the left dock and the right dock. It doesn't have to be buttons. It could be any other type of element that you want to use there. Okay, so what happens if you have multiple elements docked to a specific area? So let's say we have two left buttons. So you can see now both buttons will be docked to the left, and whatever is in the center will be cramped a little more. If we do the same thing for the right button, you can see that it will do the same thing. Now if we check it out for the bottom button, then you see it will push our image a little bit towards the top. That's how a DockPanel handles its children. Now if we get rid of our image here once again, what you will see is that our last child is filling the whole screen. You can deactivate this behavior. So if you don't want to have this behavior, what you can do is you can add a setting to the DockPanel called last child fill and set that to false. Okay, so that will then make sure that the last child, which is this bottom button here, doesn't fill the rest of the available space. If you set that to true, however, which is the default, it will fill the rest of the available space. So the last child, so to speak, will fill it. So the last child is in our case this bottom here, which will then also fill the rest of the space. So you could have done the same thing with that image. So you could have docked it towards the bottom, like so. And if the last child fill is set to true, then it will, even though it's dragged towards the bottom, still fill the entire screen. If that's set to false, well, in this particular case, because the image actually needs this space, it will still look the same. And that is something that you definitely need to take into consideration when playing around with this. You can see last child fill will basically fill the last child. If you set it to false, then you can deactivate this functionality. Now you can, of course, also play around with the sizes of your buttons. So let's say this top button has a height of 100, then it will just take all of the height that it requires. Even if we set the width now to 50, you see, even though the button isn't as big anymore, the other items will be underneath that element. So they won't take this space that is made available here. This top part with the size or the height of the top button or the biggest top element will take the entire space, even if it's not really used at all at this point. The same goes, of course, for the width of the right and left buttons. So this one, if it has a width of 100, you see, now the bottom button will be dragged, or the bottom UI elements will be pushed towards the side based on the space that the right docked elements will require. All right, so that's it for the DockPanel, and let's look at some more panels in the next videos. See you there. In this video, we're going to look at canvas, and the canvas is basically something that you can draw on, and it's very similar here in WPF. You can basically draw on this canvas. It's a open space that you can position your elements based on coordinates, for example. So let's create a new project for that. I'm going to call this one Canvas Demo, and the idea is really that you can basically have no limitations on where items will be positioned by default. So let's say we have this 400 times 400 screen, and instead of using a grid, I'm going to use a canvas here. Okay, so this canvas now can also have a button, for example, and this one will say click me, just as a test. And you can see that this button is by default, well, I said no defaults, but it's going to be at the top left. And if I add another button, you can see that it doesn't have a position. So it's going to be on top of the other button, or basically not visible in our UI. So you can see it's not even there. The button doesn't take the whole width, doesn't take the whole height. It basically is just written on top of it. So what you can do is you can change the canvas property. So there are a couple of canvas properties like canvas left, bottom, right, top. So for example, if I want to position it towards the left, then I could say how many pixels away from the left I want it to be. So let's say one will be 5 pixels from the left. The other one, this other button, will be 5 pixels from the right. And maybe we should also call it top right then. So there we are. Okay, so now I'm going to instead use, well, instead of buttons, I'm going to use something called a rectangle. Okay, so you can also create rectangles directly here, and I'm going to set its width to 100 and its height to 100 and its fill, so its color to, let's say, aqua, which will make it this bluish color. Okay, so this will be a rectangle, and you can see by default it's at the top left, and you can now, of course, change the canvas position. So let's say I want to position it towards the bottom at canvas bottom 0. It will position it towards the bottom left, which now means it will be 0 pixels away from the bottom, but because left is the basic default, it will be at the bottom left. Now you can also have multiple canvas properties here. So I want it to be, for example, at the bottom right, then I would use canvas bottom and canvas right and position both at 0, or set both values to 0. Now my rectangle will be at the bottom right hand side. Okay, so basically this says 0 pixels away from the bottom, and this one says 0 pixels away from the right. And then you can also have another rectangle, let's say this one here, which will have a different color. So here I'm going to use something like Azure. Okay, this is, well, maybe it's a little too light. Let's use blue here. So now you see the rectangle that was added later is going to override the one that is added earlier. So this one is overwritten or drawn over, so to speak. Okay, and you can reposition it a little bit. Let's say I'm going to position it 50 pixels towards, well, away from the bottom right, so to speak. So now you can even add something called a Z coordinate. Okay, so there is this property called Z index, so panel zindex, and here you can position its index. So let's say this one will be in the Z index 1, and our second panel or rectangle will be in Z index 2. You can see the higher the Z index, the more visible it will be, so to speak. So if it was Z index 0, then you can see Z index 1 is going to be on top of Z index 0. Okay, and that is something that you can take into consideration here. And yeah, that's basically pretty much it, right? That's how you can play around with canvases. You can really position anything in there. The canvas, of course, has also a couple of properties. You can play around with those: height, name, width. You can set the drag events. What we are going to do is we're going to set the alpha so the visibility, the transparency, so to speak, which will be the opacity. So here there is this opacity property. You can assign a value between 0 and 1. So you see here 0.5 will be 50% opacity. So whatever is inside of this canvas will only be half visible, so to speak. If you use 0.9, it will be 90% visible. And if you go even further, let's say, well, if you go to 1, then it will be entirely visible. But 0.0 is almost invisible. 0.1 is barely visible. So that's what you can play around with the opacity value. All right, and that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to build this little software where we can enter the age of our cat in calendar years, and then it will tell us how old the cat would be if it were a human, which basically will multiply it with a certain value. Okay, so if we say our cat is 10 and then we press enter, then it will say something like your cat is 56 years old. So if your cat is 10 calendar years old, then it's more like she's 56 years old in terms of how old a human would be in their lifespan in comparison to a cat that is 10 years old. Okay, so we're going to build this. Therefore, we're going to use an event here, the key pressed event, and you can change that, and that will then basically, well, change the number up here a little bit. You can see it's adding 4 years each time that you add it here, even though it's not exactly that. Okay, so it's a little more complicated than that. All right, so let's set that up. Let's build that software together. And we're going to first build it using XAML, the UI at least, and then we're going to build the UI entirely using C# code. So only code behind. So let's create a new project for that. New project. And I'm going to call this one Catyears XAML demo. And I'm going to use a stack panel here as the parent. Basically, a stack panel allows me to stack elements on top of each other. Okay, and inside I'm going to have another stack panel, which allows me to put elements next to each other if I change the orientation to horizontal. Okay, so the default orientation is going to be the vertical option, which is the case for this one. So we could even define it here manually if you wanted to. So here, making this stack panel vertical, this outer one and the inner one would be horizontal, where we put items next to each other. And what is it that I want to put next to each other? Well, I want to put a little text block in there, which will say, how old is your cat? So this will be the text here. And then next to that text block, I want to position my text box, which will then allow me to enter a value here. Text box is what you would use for entering text values. Okay, so let me give it a couple of properties. So I'm going to give it the name of input cat age. Then I'm going to give it a width of something like 120 pixels, for example. Okay, so that we have a little bit of space here, a little bit of margin, so that we have a little bit of space to this text, how old is your cat in years. And then I'm going to align the text that we enter into this box towards the center. So text alignment is the property that you can play around with here. And we're going to set that to center. Okay, so this text box has a couple of properties, and we're going to assign them accordingly here. And then I'm going to also change the font size up a little bit so that the font size will be 16. Okay, and now I have another text block that I want to display underneath, and that will be outside of this stack panel here, where items are next to each other. So it will be underneath. And in order to achieve that, I'm just going to use a text block here with the name of result text block, because that's where I want to display the result then. And I'm going to set the text, the default text, your cat is, and then I'm going to set the font size to also be 18 so that the text is in similar size as the one for how old is your cat. And then finally, underneath, I'm going to use an image. Okay, so here I'm using an image from a cat Therefore, you can use a source that you like. I'm just going to use this cat image that I will add to my Solution Explorer here. I'm just going to add this image directly to the project. So in the project folder, you can of course create an extra folder here, call it images and so forth. It would also make sense if you had multiple images, but I'm just going to have one image, and that will be this cat JPEG. Okay, so let me add that in here as well. So now I will have it available after a couple of seconds in my project, and I can use it as the source. So here I'm just going to use cat.jpg, and after a while it will appear. So there we are, we have our cat, we have our text, we have everything ready. And now let's go to our code behind, where we want to actually execute something. And when do we want to execute something? Well, once we pressed on the enter key. And where do I want to put this enter key? Well, once I'm inside of this text box and I've entered a value, at that point I want to execute an event. So in here I can add this key down event, and let's create a new event handler. Therefore it will be called input cat kh underscore key down, and this will be this new event here. Okay, and this will be triggered each time that we press any key while we are inside of this text. So you can check this out by using a message box here. So key pressed, for example, and we're going to use the show method for the message box. This will allow us to display a little pop-up. Okay, and the pop-up will say key pressed. Okay, so let's go in here and press any key. So for example, I pressed 1 and then 1 appeared. I pressed enter and it just says key pressed. Okay, so basically every time we press a key, this event will be triggered. Now at this point, we don't want to show the message box all the time. We just want to show it if the key that was entered is going to be the enter key. Okay, so here, this is how you can get the key that was entered, by getting it from the key event args. So this E will give you the value that was pressed, basically. So the key that was pressed. And then you can compare it to a particular key by using the key enum. And this key enum has all of the different keys that are available on the keyboard. So you can just press dot and then you can see all of the keys here that are there. The F keys, the L, the N, numpad keys, all of them. Okay. And we're going to use the enter key here. So if the enter key is pressed, only then do we want to execute some code. Now in here, I'm just going to use a try block because the code that we're going to execute can go wrong. The user could, for example, instead of entering a number, he could enter a letter, for example, or a special character or something like that, which is why we really need to make sure that we are parsing this correctly. So here I'm going to get the cat h as an integer, and I'm going to parse it into an integer 32. So here input cat h text will be what I'm getting it from. So this input cat h, by the way, is this text box here. So we gave it this name of input cat h, and now we can access this variable, so this text box, and we can access its text property, which is actually the content of that text box. We can access it here. So we get the value and then we try to parse it into an integer. So basically we try to make an integer out of a string, because this text property here, as you can see, is of type string. Okay, now we have this input cat h, and we need to prepare a variable that will be displaying the human age. Okay, and I'm going to prepare the string for this. And let's fix this error here real quick. And therefore I'm going to catch the exception here. So use the catch keyword here and then the exception. I'm going to use a default exception. I'm going to call this one my exception. And usually what I would do is I would call this E, but the problem is we already have the key event args, which is called E, which is why we need to give it a different name. And now inside of my catch block, I'm going to just display a message box showing not a valid number. Please enter a numeric value and display the exception message. Okay, so how do we actually calculate the human years for our cat? Well, there is this page and this article, even with this guide here, cat age chart, cat years to human years. How old is your cat in human years? And they even have a calculator here where you can enter it. But basically you see if it's 1 year old, it's 15 human years old. If it's 2 years old, it's 24. And then it goes up by 4 years each. Okay, so it's not that simple where you just multiply with 7 or whatever. But that's how they say basically how old a cat would be. So a 20-year-old cat is similar to a 96-year-old human. All right, it happens rarely, but it happens. Okay, so a cat can become this old. All right, so now let's bring this logic into our software. Okay, so we're going to check if input cat age is greater than 0, which it should be, otherwise we don't want to do anything with it. And if the input cat age is less than 1. If that's the case, then the result human age will be something like between 0 and 15. Okay, we don't give a very definite answer here, basically. And of course, this is the input cat age, like so. And at this point, we can assign the text to our result text block. Okay, so this where it says your cat is now should display something like your cat is the result years old. Okay, something like this. Now, of course, we need to assign this to the text property here, because the result text block itself is of type text block, but the text property is of type string. So we can assign a string to it. And now we need to catch the other two cases. So what if the age is between 2 and 25, which would be this else if block, where we say result human age will be the input cat age minus 2 times 4 plus 24 to string. Okay, so this is basically the logic how you can calculate the age of a cat. Because if you look at it, here at 2 years, it is 24. And that means that at 3 years, it's going to be 24 plus 4. Okay, and this is what we achieve with this logic here. So let's say we entered 5, then it will be 3 times 4, which then would be 36, which is exactly the right value here. Okay, so that's basically the logic that we follow here. And then in the else block, if we enter the value that is higher than 25, we're just going to say, hey, this is very unlikely that your cat is that old, or that this means that your cat is not born. So if you enter the negative value, then it will just say that it was not yet born. Okay, now let's run this code and see if our application is going to work. Now, one thing that doesn't work yet is our cat doesn't appear, but let's enter 12 here, press the enter key, and you see your cat is 64 years old. And because the cat still doesn't appear correctly, let's add a new folder here, which I'm going to call images. And that's where I'm going to drag the cat in. Okay, so let's drag it into the images here. There we have our cat now, and now we can use it in our images folder, like so. \images cat. Now let's run it again, and we can enter the value, and it will still do the trick. So if we enter an absurd value, we will be notified about it. Otherwise, we're going to see the cat years. And then if we enter something entirely wrong, like not a number, then we're going to get this notification here, not a valid number. Please enter a numeric value, and so forth. All right, that's it for this video. And we're going to look at how to build this UI using Code Behind entirely. All right, so see you there. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to basically build the same software that we built before, but we're not going to use any XAML code for it. Okay, so we're going to get rid of all of this here. We won't need it because we're going to build everything using our C# code, meaning the Code Behind code. Now, of course, we're trying to access variables that don't exist anymore, like this result text block, for example, or the input cat age. They don't exist anymore. So we are going to need to change this up a little bit. So basically, we're going to write all of the setting up of the UI in our main window constructor. So you can basically build everything that you can build in XAML, you can also directly build in C#. The problem with this is that you are not separating your UI entirely from your code behind, which makes it a lot more difficult to work with. But sometimes it just makes sense to use it because you want to dynamically change your UI, and that is not something that you can easily achieve using XAML. Okay, which is why it really helps to understand entirely how to build UI elements directly in C#, which is what we're going to do in this video. So we're going to set up everything step by step. So the first thing that I'm going to set up is going to be the background image. Okay, so here background image will be a new image item, and it will get the source. So this is how you can assign an image. Okay, it's going to get the source of a new bitmap image where I now need to define the URI. So where is the image located, so to speak? So we need to pass a URI source. That's how you can assign an image to an image object in your C# code. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new URI, which then needs the string. And I can get that string from our environment.current directory. What that will do is it will basically give me the current folder in which this exe file is. And then I'm going to add to it the following link. So you can use the add annotation here and then say, okay, go up a folder, and then go up once again a folder, and then go to the images folder, in which you then will find the cat.jpg file. And then we can define the URI kind like so. And I'm going to say that this will be a relative or absolute link. This means that this will now be findable. So this image will now be findable on other PCs as well, not just on my PC where I have this link. Okay, so it will always create a relative link or get the relative link based on where the item is, so to speak. Okay, so this is how we can assign a background image. So we created a new image, and now let's create our text block and text box, because we need both of them, right? We need the text box to enter a value and the text block to display the value. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create those two objects here, public text block, and I'm going to call this one result text block, and then a public text box, which I'm going to call input cat age. Okay, now as you can see, the arrows that we had before are gone because now we're using the result text block as well as the result text box. Now the thing is, we need to make sure that those objects aren't going to be empty. Okay, so let's assign something to them. Let's first of all take care of the result text block and initialize it with a new text block. Okay, now you can define what you want to have in that text block. So you can define its properties directly here in curly brackets. So for example, you can assign a value to the text property straight away from here. Something like your cat is empty space is something you can define from here, as well as the font style, font weight, font everything. All of the properties you can define here directly. Okay, so basically what we have achieved earlier in our XAML is what we achieve here now. So we're creating this result text block. We are creating we're assigning the values that this block has by accessing its properties and setting values to those properties and so forth. And now we can do the same thing with our input cat age. And I'm going to say that my input cat age will be a new text box. So the text box is the item where you can enter something to. And I'm going to set a couple of properties. For example, I'm going to set the width to be 120 pixels. I'm going to align the text towards the center using the text alignment enum. So here I can just say, okay, align it towards the center, assign the font size of 16 to it. add a little bit of a margin. This one was a little more complicated, so let me actually put this in another line. So the margin needs something. If you hover over it, you will see that it needs an object of type thickness. Okay, so you need to assign a thickness to it. Let's create a new thickness item to it, or let's create it here, new thickness. And here you can define 3 overloads. So either default thickness or thickness with a double value, or the left value, the top value, the right value, and the bottom value, which is the one that I'm going to use because I only want to have a left value of 5 and the others should all be 0. I only want to have a little bit of margin towards the left. Okay, and that's what this will do for me. So that's my input cat h, which will be a text box. And then if you want to assign an event to it, because we still have these events here, this one in particular, this input cat h down, or key down. If you want to assign it to your input cat h, what you can do is you can use input cat h and then add this input cat h key down to it, like so. Okay, so this is how you add an event to your key down event. Okay, here plus equal will allow you to do that. Okay, you don't want to override it entirely because maybe it has some other stuff that it has to run internally as well, but you want to just add what you have manually created to happen once the key down is executed. Okay, so that's how you can add an event using C#. Now, adding all of these items, they won't be displayed yet. And in order to display them, we need to have a parent panel, for example, a stack panel or a grid in which we can put it. Okay, so let's create a stack panel here, which will be my main vertical stack panel. That's how I'm going to call it. Okay, and this main stack panel will be just a basic stack panel, like so. And now I can add items to this stack panel. Let's do that real quick just to show you how this in general works. So let's just add this result text block to this main vertical stack panel. So you can add it to its children by using children.add and then add the UI element that you want to add. In my case, the result text block. Okay, so that's going to be it at this point. All of the content that I'm going to add for now. And then I will access my main window, which is this one here, which has the title of main window, but it doesn't have a name yet. So let's add a name property. And I'm going to call this one my main window. Okay, and now I can access this main window here by saying my main window, like so. And I can assign its contents to be my stack panel that I just created. Okay, and at this point we can run it real quick. It will not be done yet, but we can run it to see that this actually works. So you see we have this text which says your cat is. So we have nothing else in our UI yet because that's the only item that we added to our panel, which is going to be the content of our main window. And now what we wanted to have is one text block, which is the user question, which will just be a new text block. I'm going to put it down here. Text block, user question, which will be just a text block, which says how old is your cat with a font size of 18. Okay. And now I want this text block to be next to this input cat h. How do I do that? Well, I can use a stack panel once again, and this will be the horizontal SP, SP standing for stack panel. This will just be a new stack panel with a couple of settings. Okay, and the settings that I want to set is, for example, the orientation should be orientation dot horizontal. So this orientation enum has the 2 different orientations, for example, the horizontal orientation here. Then you can add a little margin to it as well. So all of the properties that you would use inside of the XAML code, you can now add in C# code as well. So this will be a new thickness item or object, because that's what we need here. 1 pixel towards the left, 5 towards the top, and so forth. Okay, and this needs to be closed like so. Okay, this will now be my horizontal SP. So now what is it that I want to add to this horizontal SP? Well, actually, I want to add the user question to it. So here, horizontal SP, so the horizontal stack panel, dot children, dot add, and here the user question. And now let's add the other item as well. So like so, and here it will be the input cat age. Okay, so this will be now inside of my horizontal stack panel. But the horizontal stack panel doesn't display it. So if we run this, we won't see any change because this horizontal stack panel is not yet part of our main content. So of our main window content, because there we only have the main vertical stack panel. So what we can do now is we can add our horizontal stack panel to this vertical stack panel. So we can add the children to it. And here actually the order matters. So I'm going to add the horizontal stack panel to it like so, but I'm going to change the order because first I want to have the horizontal stack panel, then I want to have the result text block, and then I want to display the background image, which is this background image here. So here I'm going to use my main vertical stack panel children.add and then add the background image like so. And this will now basically build my UI entirely. Okay, so let's run this. There we are, and our UI works flawlessly. Okay, and that's basically how you can build your UI using C# only. Let's actually check if this is going to work. So let's enter 5 years, and there we are, our cat is 36 years old. So the idea is that you have to build your app from bottom to top instead of top to bottom, which is a little confusing, but basically you don't have the main window content at first. It doesn't make sense to assign something to it that isn't ready yet. So we need to prepare the item that will be the first child of our main window at the end, and then the children of that child step by step going further up, so to speak. Okay, so we start with whatever is at the deepest level first. We prepare everything, then we assign it to the parents or to the container, so to speak, which is a stack panel as a container or a panel, right? I personally prefer the container keyword. So basically the stack panel is a container and we are assigning items to it. Okay, so that's how you can build it using C# only. And yeah, this is totally fine. It is a valid way to work with your UI. And let's say you wanted to add something to your main stack panel, just a little challenge for you. Okay, so adjust your code so that underneath your UI, so once you run the application, let me actually show it here. Once you enter a value here and you press enter, that this text will also appear here at the bottom. Okay, so that, or a text, it doesn't have to be this text, any text will appear at the bottom of this image. Okay, so I hope you tried it. I hope you paused the video. Therefore, what I will need to make sure is that my stack panel, main vertical stack panel, is actually going to be available up there as well, so that it will be available throughout my class. And now I can add a child to my stack panel like so, once I am clicking the key. Okay, once I enter the key here at this point, I'm just going to add a new text block. Okay, so here I'm going to create a new, well, let me actually copy it from here, like so, this text block, and I'm going to call it my extra text. And underneath the cat will be the text that we use here, and I'm going to add it to the children. And let me actually rerun the application once that is done. So you can just see that you can dynamically change your UI while you are running your application. So here, let me enter something, enter. And now if you were wondering if it actually worked, well, you can only see it if you make your screen bigger. So here, let me enter or press enter a couple of times and you can see that the text appears down here. Okay, So that's how you can manually adjust your UI using C# code and dynamically change the UI using your C# code entirely without relying on XAML code. But as I said, I wouldn't use that for a general setup of your UI. I would really only use it if you want to make dynamic changes. And even there, I would look at if it's possible to achieve these changes using binding. So data binding, for example, or using triggers and stuff like that instead of doing it in C#. So try to separate your UI from your actual logic as much as possible. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Quick pause. This video is sponsored by one of my courses. So you're learning something about WPF in this video, and I have a complete C# masterclass which teaches you a lot more about C# if you feel like you need to learn more about C# to understand everything that's going on. And then if you want to learn everything you need to know about WPF, definitely check out my WPF course. It's a 15-hour course which will teach you everything you need to know about WPF, building an entire Windows store clone using my apps in order to achieve this Metro design, which is the design language, so to speak, for the latest Windows 10 applications. You can find a link in the description down below, and there you get a huge discount, so don't miss out. Get one of the courses or both of them now. And now let's get back to the video. Welcome to the menu chapter. In this chapter, we're going to check out how to use menus, which allows us to then have a top bar with menus that we can choose from and then basically select what we want to do with those menu items. Okay, so it's definitely something that you will need for all of your more complex applications where you want to have some settings, for example, where the user can go to the menu and change things up. Okay, so we're going to see how to use the menu bar and then basically use some of its features. Okay, so let's get started. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to check out the menu control, which is a pretty cool one. It allows us to basically create a menu and then run tasks based on what we click there. So let's create a new project for that menu control demo. So for this one, it really makes sense to have the menu at the top of your screen, so to speak. So we're going to use a DockPanel here. And then I will use this menu keyword. Okay, this menu is basically already creating a menu for our whole screen. This is not exactly what we want. We want to make sure that it will be docked towards the top. Okay, so that this menu item will be at the top of our screen. And then I will assign a couple of menu items to my menu. Okay, and here you can first of all have a header item, which will be something like usually, well, and here we have this file at the top. So let's open a header file or create a file header. And then inside of this file, we have another menu item or a set of menu items actually. Okay, so here I can go ahead and create another menu item, which will be underneath file. So if you scroll in, you can see it here. And now let's look at file. We have this new, for example. Okay, so here that would be new. And actually, this can also be a header, which I'm going to call new. Okay, and then we can have another menu item here. Let's see, what else do we have? Well, open would be the next one. So let's create an open and another menu item, which will be clone repository, and so forth. Okay, so under new, you can see we have project and file. So a little challenge for you, add those two to the menu items here. Okay, I hope you tried it. It's inside of this menu item here. And this one was to create a project. Okay, here, project, ... Okay, so this was one of the options and the other one was file ... Okay, so let's create another one here, which will be file ... Now the cool thing is you can also use images here. Okay, so you can design your menu item the way you want. So for example, you can go ahead and just assign a menu item icon here. can see not just the header, but also an icon. And this icon could be an image that you create. So here I could go ahead and use an image here. And let's use an image of a project icon. And I'm going to use this image here. So here, copy the address. In my case, you can of course also download it, but be careful with attribution or usage rights. And I'm just going to use this image now as the source for the menu icon. So that's how it's going to look like. So if you want to create or open a new project, that's how it's going to look like in our application. So let's run this real quick just to see how our app is gonna look like. And here I click on File, New, and you can see I can select a project here. Well, it of course won't do anything, so the click event doesn't trigger. So how can we actually change that? Well, what we can do is we can give this header item also a click event. Okay, so there's this click event. Let's add a new event handler for it. Menu item click is how it's going to be called like, and here is where you can then run whatever you want. In my case, I'm just going to run a message box, which will show something like new project. Okay, so this will just be a little pop-up that will then appear, and that will pretty much be it. So let's click on this new project, and you see new project popped up. All right, that's it for this video. As you can see, it's actually quite simple to create such a menu, and then of course you would have to define code that should run once any of the items is clicked. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to look at the toolbar, and we're going to set up our own toolbar. So let's go ahead and create a toolbar demo project for that. Okay, so what we can do is, well, first of all, I'm going to use a DockPanel here because it will allow me to make sure that the tray that I'm going to use is going to be at the top, because I'm going to use a toolbar tray, which allows me to put a toolbar inside of it. Okay, so I'm going to change the size a little bit here to a height of 300 and the width of 400 for my box here, for my main window, so to speak. Okay, and in my toolbar tray, that's where I'm going to have a toolbar. Now this toolbar can have a bunch of different items. For example, it can have buttons. Okay, so I can create a button here, which will use an image, for example, as its content so that it looks a little nicer. For example, I'm going to use a delete icon here, this one that you can see here. It's a little too big this way, so let me change the width to something like 20 pixels, for example. Okay, so the idea is once I click on this button, I want to delete whatever I have selected. Okay, so here I want to delete what I will have in my text box underneath. So I'm going to create a new text box to which I can enter text. And as you can see now, this toolbar tray will be by default towards the left. That's what the DockPanel does for us automatically. So what I want it to do, however, is to go towards the top. So here DockPanel dock will be at the top. This will now make sure that our toolbar tray is at the top, so to speak. All right, and now this text box that I have down here, that's where I want to enter some text then, and then reset the value or delete the entry after I click on this icon here. Okay, so this text box will have a name property. So I'm going to call this my text box so that I can access it in code. Now this button, once we click on it, I want to do something. Okay, so I'm going to add a click event here with a new event handler. And once the button is clicked, I'm going to check the text box and empty it. Okay, that will be the idea here. All right, so in my main window XAML, I now have this button click event. And once I click on this delete button, I will have my text box dot text to be an empty string. And if we run this application, we will see here is our text, something like hello world is what I can write here. And then once I click on this button, you can see my text is emptied. So now my text box here at the bottom is emptied, and basically that's what my button does here. And now you can go ahead and create a bunch of toolbar items here, which will then make this look a little nicer. Okay, so let's say we want to have some more buttons there. Let's say where we want to change the font size. So I will add a separator here after this button, like so. Actually, you can also do it like so. And now there is a little separator. You can see it over here. And after that, I want to have a little label, which will simply say something like font size, colon. Okay, now the user can select a font size from a combo box. Okay, so here we can then, for example, select the combo box color. What do we want to have as combo box items in there? Well, maybe something like 8 as the lowest font size, then a couple more here, something like 10, 12, and 14, for example. And as the selected option, I'm going to set this one here. So I'm going to set the 10 as the selected option. So it doesn't have to be the highest one, in this case the lowest number, to be the one that is actually appearing here inside of the toolbar. So now let's say I would want to set the combo box item settings here to be the font size of my text box. Okay, so let me add an event here, and that will be changed. So what would that be? Selection changed, this one here. And I'm going to create a new event handler for this. So combo box selection changed will be created for me. Of course, it would make more sense to give this combo box a name and then have a more descriptive event. But for this case, it's going to be fine. And here I would like to get the actual combo box item, and therefore I will need a name anyways. Okay, so let me get the name here. I'm going to call this one CB1. Okay, so this will be my combo box 1. And at this point, we can go ahead and get the selected value. And this will be a little tricky because we can get the combo box, and I'm going to call this combo or CBox, which will be based on our sender. But our sender is of type object, so we need to cast it into a combo box item so that it will be of type combo box. And then once it is, we can use that combo box in order to create a combo box item. So I'm going to call this CB item, which will be based on my combo box. So CBox selected item. Okay, so it's going to be this one here, but this by itself will also not work correctly because now combo box selected item will return an object. So we need to convert that into a combo box item. And now we can go ahead and take that combo box item and get its content. So I'm going to create a string here, which will be new CBox value, or new font size maybe will be a better name. So string new font size, which we will get from the CB item dot content. Okay, and this will, well, we need to cast it into a string. So let's cast the content into a string like so. And now at this point, we can now create a double value, even though we're using integers, which will also be fine actually. So int, which will be my temporary value, and I'm going to check if int 32 try parse. So here we're trying to parse whatever value we get as the new font size, and we're going to return it as temp. And if that gives us a positive value, so this will return true or false, right? and it will store the value if it worked in temp. So it will store the string value as an integer inside of temp. And at this point, we can check if our text box wasn't empty or isn't empty, and only then we will assign my text box font size to it, which will be the temp value. Now, this is quite a bit of setup that we need to do here, but that has to do with multiple things here. So this here has to be set up where we double check if text box isn't empty, and all of that is because it will be empty when this event will be called for the first time, because this event will be triggered once it initializes. So once our combo box initializes. So that means that at this point, our text box will probably be empty, which then leads to this overall problem that we are facing otherwise. So you can, of course, try it otherwise, and you will run into a bunch of errors. I tried many different ways, and this is the way that actually works. The sender of such an event, which is in our case our combo box selection changed event, is actually going to be a combo box. And as you can see, we don't even need the name really here, but it's fine. So this is the combo box that will be the sender. So we can convert the sender into a combo box because the sender is just an object, right? Then we can convert the selected item of that combo box that is the sender of that event into a combo box item. We can get its font size by getting its content, because this here is a content piece. It could be of any different type. In our case, it's of type string, but it could be whatever object type. And then we convert it and assign it as the font size. Okay, and at this point, we can run our application and check if we can actually change the font size. So let me write hello world here. Let me change the font size, and you can see the font size is now changing. Okay, so it turns a little more into a event and combo box tutorial rather than an actual tutorial on how to create such a toolbar, but I think you get the general idea. By the way, in this case, when working with toolbars, what really makes sense is to add small hints, so tool tips to your buttons, for example. Here, this one would be delete text. Okay, so that's what this button will do once we click on it. So let's hover over it real quick to see the tooltip. So here you can see delete text. So here, hello world, and clicking on it will delete it. Here we can then select the different font sizes. So generally, you have a small text editor here. You can, of course, adjust it accordingly. And we're going to see how to use commands in another chapter. And I would really recommend that you go back to this particular example once you know how to use commands and you implement a couple of interesting commands that WPF has to offer, because there are plenty which are very nice, such as delete, because here we are actually writing a simple function that takes care of deleting, but using the built-in command for deleting will be more advanced and also something that you should use instead in the future. But as we're going to cover this at a later state of the course, I would say let's push that back until that point. All right, so thanks a lot for watching this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I would like to show you how to use the context menu. And the context menu is a menu that will open in a certain context once you right-click in that context. And the context that I'm going to use for this particular example is going to be a text box where the user can enter some text. Okay, I'm going to change its height a little bit so that it's going to be a little bigger. You see here. And now what I want to do is basically once I right-click into this text box, I want to be able to change, for example, the font weight. I want to make it bold, for example. Okay, so here I'm going to use textbox dot context menu. Okay, and now this text box will have a context menu, or at least I can assign a context menu in here. And I need to do that, otherwise, as you saw, we get a warning. And now inside of this context menu, I can create individual menu items. For example, this menu item that I'm going to use here is going to have a header, which will be the text that will be displayed, of bold. And then once you click on this item, I want to run an event. So I will first of all give it a name. So I'm going to call this one MI, standing for menu item bold. Okay, MI bold will be my menu item bold. And here I'm going to create a new event, which will be called MI bold by using Control and space. This will create this function for me. And now I can basically say what will be executed once I click on this menu item. Okay, so for example, for now, you can also use a message box here to just show some text clicked. Okay, so just to test whether this actually works. So let's run this real quick. We're going to change it up a little bit once we saw that it actually works. So let's right click in here. You see, this is the context menu. It appears inside of the context of my text box, but it doesn't appear down here. So if I right click at the bottom here, it doesn't appear because it only appears in the context of our text box. So here, once I click on bold, you see this little pop-up appears, which is this message box. Okay, so I know that this event works, which is great. And now I can go ahead and actually implement the code that I want to run once I click here. So what I want to do is I want to change the text box's font weight. Therefore, my text box needs to have a name because I need to access it, right? So I'm going to call this one my TB, standing for my text box. And now I can go ahead and say my TB dot font weight. So I can assign a value to the font weight property. And here I can use font weight plural, which will give me the different font weight options. For example, bold, normal, semi-bold, and so forth. Okay, and now at this point, let's actually test this. So let's write a little text in there and then make the text bold once we click on it. So hello world, right click, make it bold, and you can see now the text has been made bold. Now, what if I want to make it italic? That's a little challenge that I give to you. So please go ahead and try that. All right. So I hope you tried it. And therefore, I'm going to copy this menu item. I'm going to call this one me italic. This one will have the header of italic. And the click will be, well, I'm going to assign a new click event here. New event handler, which will create this me italic underscore click for me. And actually, let me stop running my application. And then here, that's where I want to change my TB font style. And here I'm going to use font styles to assign the italic font style. Now let's run the application again. And let's see if we can actually make our text here italic. Okay, that seems to work. So let's write hello world once again. Let's change it to italic. And we can see it's italic now. We can change it to bold. Now it's bold. Now you cannot make it unbold anymore. So if you want to make it unbold or unitalic, basically making this a checkbox, what you can do is you can make a change to your menu item. Okay, so the menu item will not be a normal click item anymore, but what you can override it with is going to be is checkable. So you can add the is checkable property and set that to true. So now this will be checkable, which means it can be true or false. And then you can have these two events. One will be checked. So I'm going to create a new event handler for that, my bold checked. And then another one for the unchecked state. So the unchecked event, so to speak, like so. And now I can actually go to my code behind and design what I want to design here. So if it is checked, I want to make it bold. If it's unchecked, I want to make it normal, like so. Now at this point, I should get rid of this me bold click because we're not going to use the click event anymore. And I should get rid of it here as well, because now we're using the check and unchecked event. So let's run this and see if this is actually going to do what I say it does. So here, hello viewer, and right click, make it bold, right click, make it unbold. So you can see now this is a checkable. You can even see that there is this little icon here which was added for me, which makes it checked. Okay, so that's a really powerful tool. You can, of course, use such a context menu in different contexts. Okay, so for example, what you can do is here inside of the stack panel still, let's create a button real quick. And this button will also have a context menu now. So context menu, so like this, context menu. And now in here, I will have a menu item. And this is just to display that it works. It will say something like change name. Okay, that will be the text that will be displayed there. And then once we click on it, I want to basically execute something. And what is it that I want to do? Well, I want to change the content of the button, which will be the, well, whatever is displayed. So maybe we should display something like change text. Okay, this will change the text of the button, nothing else, right? So here, I'm going to give it a name. And I'm going to call this one my button. And now I have this menu item click, which will be in my code behind. Okay, so here, once I click on it, I want to change the button content to be don't click me anymore. So this button is getting angry at that point. Okay, maybe we even add an exclamation mark. So it is really bringing home the point. So let's run this real quick. And now we can see that we have this button here. Actually, it's super small. Let me give it a content so we can actually see something, because currently the button doesn't even have content, doesn't display anything. So I'm going to say something like click me. Okay, now this button says click me. And if we run this, then we should see that the button is a little more visible. There we are. And if I right click, you can see now it says change text. If I right click inside of the text box, you can see it says bold italic. So the context menu is always in a particular context. So in our case, it's inside of the context of a button in this case here. And once I click on it, it says don't click me anymore. Okay, so that's how you can play around with context menus. And yeah, you can of course also design a context menu item a little bit. Okay, so for example, let's say I want to make a menu item a little nicer. Then I can, for example, create an image here. And this image will have the source of, let's say, Homer Simpson. And that's because, well, I tend to use Homer Simpson a lot in my courses. So I'm going to use this image from Wikipedia, which is the Homer Simpson image. Okay, and this will be the source. Now let's see how large this will be. Maybe it will be too big. Right click. And well, it actually displays the image here. And I would like to use it as the menu items image. So as this little image that you see once you right click. And in order to do so, you need to use it as a menu item icon. Okay, so here, menu item icon, like so. And that's where you can then put the image. Okay, so let me rerun this. And now, right click, and you see there's this little Homer as the icon for my menu item. So the header is change text, which is basically the text of the menu item. And the image is this super, super small Homer. So it's really scaled down to fit in there on the left-hand side. And you could, of course, do the same thing with those context menus. You could use an italic image, like the default italic I that you see, or the default bold B that you would see for a bold icon. So that's really something that I would recommend you play around with, and that you create a couple more menu items to get a feeling for how to use menu items. And one really important thing is really that you have to understand that a context menu item is always going to be inside of a particular context. And this context could be any different type of UI element, inside of a text box, inside of a button, inside of an image, inside of many different other UI elements. All right, so that's it for this video. See you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to check out how to use a status bar, and we're going to also use a progress bar while we're at it. So we're going to combine those two controls. First of all, I'm going to make sure that this will be a dock panel because I want to have a couple of elements that will be towards the top. So for example, I'll have a button in there, and then I'll have my status bar. Okay, now this status bar will be assigned towards the bottom. So here, bottom, and the button will be assigned towards the top of the dock. So here, towards the top. Okay, well, the button doesn't say anything yet. So let's change that and increase by 10 will be the text of the button. And now my status bar, here I can have status bar items. Okay, so for example, I could have an item that says very simply loading. Okay, dot, dot, dot. All right, so let's look at it. So here we see it says loading. Well, let's change the status bar size actually to, well, for the dock panel, last child fill. Let me set that to false because I don't like it if it fills the entire screen. So now it's just going to say loading here at the bottom. And then I want to have another status bar item, which will be just after it. And it will not say loading, but in fact it will be a progress bar. Such a progress bar can have different properties. The most interesting ones will be, well, first of all, how wide you want to make it. Let's say I want to make it 100 pixels wide, and then I will define a height of, let's say, 15 pixels and a value of, let's say, 10. Okay, so this will now be my bar here. You can see this is the progress bar. Okay, so it has a value of 0 to 100, and 10 would be 10%. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to have a separator here in the status bars. So let's create a small separator here. It will separate my status bar. I think this looks a little better here. So we have loading dot dot, maybe 3 dots would be better. And then we have our loading bar. And at this point, I want to allow this button to actually increase the value of my progress bar. So here we see the value is at 10. And now let's actually add a click event here, which will be a button click. And let's go in the code behind. And we can see we have this event here, which will be triggered. So this method will be called whenever we click on the button. And I want to access my progress bar. Therefore, I give it a name here. So this name, my PB, will now allow me to access the value of it and to increase it, for example, by 10 each time we click on the button. So now let's run this and see how this will actually affect our progress here. So increase by 10. And we can see here at the bottom, our progress bar is increasing accordingly. Okay, so this is our status bar here at the bottom, which says loading. And then we have the progress bar, which is beautifully also changing. Now, of course, we could change this loading to be something like done once we are at 100%. So quickly pause the video and try this for yourself, please. Okay, so I hope you tried it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the value is greater or equal 100, then I want to change the status bar item here, this loading. I'm going to give it a name. So here name, SBI loading, for example. And now I can actually change the content of SBI loading to be done. And if it is not over 100, only then will I increase the value to, well, whatever it is, plus 10 in this case. So let's check it out. Now this is not a perfect solution, but let's click on it and it's done. So it was at 100%, and only once we clicked once again, it went over the threshold and was finally done. All right, so that's it for the general idea of status bars. Of course, there's a lot more that you can do with them, but this was just a little example of what you could do with status bars. And I think they're quite neat when you have certain situations where you want to display additional information at the bottom of the screen for the user. All right, so see you in the next video. Thanks a lot for watching this video. It's been quite a long one, and I hope you learned a lot along the way. And if you want to learn more about this topic, about WPF, then definitely check out my WPF masterclass. You can find the link in the description below, that you will get the course with a huge discount. And now at this point, I just have to thank you that you made it all the way to the end. I'm very excited that you did that, and I'm super excited what you can build now. And also hit the like button if you haven't done so already, and that subscribe button, because we're going to upload a bunch of more videos on C#, WPF, but also on other topics such as Unity and app development. All right, so I hope to see you in some of my other videos. Have a nice day and see you soon.